114 civil servants in ENUGU State.
Stories, objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has written to the National Assembly proposing an increase of 9 trillion naira at the 2026 appropriation bill, raising the total budget from 58.4 trillion naira to 67.4 trillion naira. The request was conveyed in a letter read on the floor of the Senate by President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, during Tuesday's plenary. Tinubu said the proposed adjustment is aimed at strengthening fiscal transparency and ensuring the effective implementation of priority national programs. It includes regularizing the legal commitments carried over from previous appropriation cycles, preventing them from burdening the execution of a 2026 budget, capturing existing government indebtedness, and providing for a limited number of strategic and priority projects. Tinubu in December presented the 2026 federal budget of 58 trillion naira, with 5.41 trillion naira allocated to defense and security, which represents approximately 9.3% of the total expenditure. The budget carries a deficit of 23.85 trillion naira, representing 4.28% of GDP, which the president said is aligned with its administration's fiscal framework. The House Committee on National Planning and Economic Development has called for stronger coordination and improved implementation of Nigeria's development plans to achieve sustainable economic growth. Speaking at a press briefing ahead of a national policy dialogue, the chairman of the committee, Boyega Isiaka, noted that Nigeria has, over the years, developed several national plans even before independence, including the Structural Adjustment Program, the National Economic Empowerment and Development Strategy. These efforts, he said, have brought about the desired development due to poor alignment among the various tiers of government, policy inconsistencies, and external economic shocks. Explained that the current 2021 to 2050 plan, broken into medium-term plans, as well as a proposed Renewed Hope National Development Plan, are designed to reposition the country towards achieving a $1 trillion economy.
To look at these various areas of developing a national plan, a national plan and a budgeting system that will give us the kind of growth that we want as a country. Right now, we are growing at about 3.54%. We believe we need to do higher than this, particularly to be able to achieve the 1 trillion economy that we are talking about, and also to be able to grow at far ahead of the population, which right now is about 2.something%. So we feel that for us to be able to achieve this, we need to put this dialogue together. And the two committees of the National Assembly have come together to work to put this together. Like I said, working alongside those offices that I've mentioned.
The event, which would hold on April 14th and 15th, 2026, at the International Conference Center, Abuja, will bring together policymakers and stakeholders to develop strategies to boost Nigeria's growth beyond the current 3.5%.
From what the planning committee is organizing on the 15th and the 16th of April 2026, at least, even if it is going to be 1% of the data that will be gotten from that conference, it will be put into further planning for the betterment of our country and for the betterment of journalists in Nigeria.
The Association of Radiographers of Nigeria has warned against a proposed law it says could undermine the radiography profession and transfer its regulatory powers to the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria. Speaking at a press conference in Kano, the association's president, Musa Dembele, described the Medical and Dental Practitioners Act Bill 2026 as a direct threat to the existence of radiography in Nigeria. They said the bill seeks to grant exclusive authority to the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria, effectively stripping the Radiographers Registration Board of Nigeria of its statutory role. According to Dembele, proposed legislation represents a calculated and existential assault on a profession that has operated in Nigeria for over 50 years, warning that it could dismantle established regulatory structures. The association further alleged that the bill attempts to redefine radiology in a way that erases radiography as an independent scientific discipline, describing the move as conceptual theft. It also raised concerns that radiographers could be placed under the disciplinary control of a council lacking expertise in radiographic science. The association also expressed opposition to a related proposal, the Radiographers Registration Board of Nigeria Amendment Bill, warning that it will weaken the board through increased external influence and ministerial control. The group called on the National Assembly to reject the bill and instead convene a stakeholders summit to develop a balanced regulatory framework that respects all health professions. The ENUGU state government has approved the promotion and conversion of 2,114 public servants who participated in the November-December 2025 promotion and conversion exercises conducted across the state civil service. The chairman of the ENUGU State Civil Service Commission, Robinson Odo, who disclosed the development in ENUGU on Tuesday, said approval, which takes immediate effect, also covers the financial implications of the new ranks, ensuring that beneficiaries begin to enjoy their upgraded status without delay. Odo described the exercise with cuts across officers on grade levels 01 to 17 who successfully passed the promotion interviews as timely and morale boosting, likening it to an Easter gift for workers. He commended the administration for its sustained commitment to workers' welfare, noting that prompt payment of salaries, pensions, and gratuities have become a hallmark of the government. Commission Chairman pledged continued discipline, innovation, and productivity within the civil service to align with the administration's development agenda. Former presidential candidate Peter Obi has called for greater unity among opposition leaders to tackle Nigeria's worsening insecurity and economic challenges, warning that the country is at a critical stage. In a statement on Tuesday, Obi said Nigeria is grappling with rising insecurity, economic hardship, unemployment, and declining public trust, stressing that these issues require collective action rather than political rhetoric. He urged opposition figures and Nigerians to set aside ethnic, religious, and regional divisions, emphasizing that only a coordinated national effort can address the country's pressing problems. Obi's remarks come amid renewed opposition realignment following the defection of former Kano State Governor and presidential candidate Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso to the African Democratic Congress. Kwankwaso formally joined the party in Kano on Monday in a move widely seen as strengthening the ADC and boosting efforts to form a formidable opposition coalition ahead of the 2027 general elections. It was received by key political figures, including the party's national chairman David Mark, alongside prominent opposition leaders such as Aminu Tambuwa, Rotimi Amechi, Dino Melaye, and John Odige Oyegun. Obi, who visited Kano at Kwankwaso's invitation, described the development as a significant step towards rescuing and rebuilding Nigeria's democracy. He noted that the goal goes beyond winning elections, stressing the need to rebuild institutions, restore public confidence in governance, and secure a better future for Nigerians. The Federal High Court in Kaduna on Tuesday adjourned the hearing of a bail application filed by former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai to Wednesday. Counsel for the ex-governor Ukpong Akpan confirmed the development of the proceedings that took place under tight security, reflecting heightened public interest in a high-profile corruption trial. Akpan said the defense team was now concerned with preparing its response to the issues raised during the proceedings shortly after the court rose. El-Rufai was escorted out of the premises by operatives of Independent Corrupt Practices and other related offences, Commission in a white Hilux vehicle. The security arrangement mirrored the situation during his arraignment last week when he was first docked before the court. El-Rufai is standing trial before Justice Rwanu Aikawa on a 10-count charge bordering on alleged conversion and possession of public property, as well as money laundering. The Anti-Graft Agency had on March 27, 2026, released him on compassionate grounds following the death of his mother, Ajia Umar El-Rufai, in Cairo, Egypt. The alliance of three West African countries, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, has put a strain in democratic institutions and the West African regional body, ECOWAS. This is the outcome of a 3-month research conducted by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, West Africa, and presented to the media in Abuja on Monday. Correspondent Nasir Usman reports.
Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso have constituted a new bloc, the Alliance of Sahel States. The three nations all have military dictatorships and have entered into a new relationship with Russia. The research by the Center for Democracy and Development, in collaboration with the Ivorian Observatory for Human Rights, focused on disinformation in the social media space between July and September 2025. According to the researchers, the Sahel bloc used propaganda to sell military rule, undermine democratic institutions, and position ECOWAS as a new colonial mechanism for undermining West Africa's true independence. If democracy has failed to resolve development issues, have coups in the three countries changed their development situations?
I think the reality we live in today is that Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger republics have all turned their back on democracy. They have all argued that the problems of poverty and dependence on external forces of their countries were there because of democracy, and have therefore presented democracy as the enemy. It is in that context that they banned political parties in their countries and are all in the process of institutionalizing military rule up till the point in which that military rule would be legitimized through an electoral system, as we saw in Guinea.
From the reports, even as there have been a semblance of some progressive development, we also get to realize that if you were to speak to the ordinary man on the street and the person is going to be attending to you one-on-one, you then get to understand that life has not really been different in terms of the kind of talking of democracy dividends, development dividends as it is. There is hunger in the land. I'm sure you would have heard Professor Jibril Ibrahim say that in Mali, on the list of what the people consider as their greatest problem, terrorism is even number 5, which means there are other things that are much more important. And top on this is the issue of hunger.
Dr. Lassane Odrago, a researcher at the Nazi Boning University, presented the research findings.
The stories that are coming outside of the Sahel that are saying that military rule has not improved anything, very problematic. Equally, the stories that are embellishing everything and saying that these are the messiahs, they have come to save us, they have done tremendously well, are equally problematic. So there's a middle ground. The middle ground is that the security has improved a little bit, but not substantial in a way that allows the type of narratives that we are seeing.
Between 2020 and 2026, Africa as a whole witnessed 8 coups. These military takeovers were attributed to a lack of good governance, corruption, constitutional manipulation, impunity, and a gap between good governance institutions and the citizens. CDD is, however, optimistic that the continent will be more peaceful, economically prosperous, and stable if democracy is sustained. In Abuja, I am Nasir Usman, reporting for Signature TV News.
Unrest has erupted in Eastern Cape Province following protest against controversial coronation of an Igbo traditional ruler, with demonstrators touching vehicles and looting shops owned by foreign nationals. The protest, which turned violent in Kukompo City, prompted security forces to intervene as tensions escalated rapidly. Reports indicate that buildings and vehicles allegedly belonging to foreigners were set ablaze, while several people were injured in the chaos. According to SABC News and other local media, the violence intensified after a stabbing incident reportedly involving Ethiopian shop owners, leaving at least 2 people hospitalized. The demonstrations were led by members of Action SA, alongside traditional leaders and residents who opposed the coronation, on the grounds that it violates South Africa's constitutional order and recognized traditional leadership structures. Action SA's Eastern Cape chair, Arthur Trolep, described the coronation as unlawful, insisting that there is no constitutional provision allowing a foreign national to be crowned as a traditional ruler in the province. He also warned against what it described as attempts to establish a homeland, referencing the regional's historical experience with apartheid-era divisions, and called for strict enforcement of immigration laws. Some protesters issued strong warnings threatening to escalate the situation if authorities failed to act, while calls for deportation of Nigerians linked to the coronation and stricter scrutiny of foreign-owned businesses. Meanwhile, the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission said it has not received any official report confirming attacks on Nigerians, cautioning against reliance on unverified social media claims. However, the Nigerian High Commission in Pretoria has issued a security advisory urging Nigerians in South Africa to remain vigilant, maintain a low profile, and avoid large gatherings. Up next is Foreign Stories.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The White House has suggested that U.S. President Donald Trump will ask Arab countries to cover the cost of the United States war against Iran, estimated to be in the tens of billions of dollars. Trump's spokeswoman, Caroline Leavitt, was asked on Monday whether Arab states would pay for the war, as when U.S. allies helped fund Washington's intervention during the Gulf War in 1990. The U.S. led a global coalition of dozens of countries during the Gulf War to fend off Iraq's invasion of Kuwait at the request of the country and several of its Arab neighbors. In turn, states in the region and coalition members, including Germany and Japan, raised $54 billion to help pay for the U.S. involvement. This time, however, the U.S. and Israel went to war with Iran unilaterally without involving their allies and regional countries. However, Iran has set U.S. compensation for war damage as one of its conditions. Iran has retaliated against U.S. and Israeli strikes with missile and drone attacks across the entire Middle East. Authorities in Dubai said there was a drone attack on the Kuwaiti oil tanker overnight, and response teams had contained the incident. They added that no oil leakage or injuries were reported, according to the Dubai media office. Multiple loud explosions were heard in Dubai, starting at around 6 or 7 p.m. local time on Monday, until about 1 or 2 a.m. on Tuesday. Work is now underway to assess damage to the tanker. The tanker was loaded with 2 million barrels of oil from Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, according to data from Lloyd's and Tankers Tracker. Lloyd's listed the destination as Qingdao, China. The Israeli military has said 4 soldiers were killed in combat in southern Lebanon, where its forces are clashing with Hezbollah fighters after launching a ground invasion of the country. An army statement on Tuesday named 3 soldiers from the same battalion who fell during combat. In a separate statement, it said another soldier had been killed in the same incident and 2 others wounded, without naming them. 10 Israeli soldiers have been reported killed since fighting between Israel and Hezbollah flared up on March 2nd, following a United States-Israeli joint attack on Iran. More than 1,200 people have been killed in Israeli attacks on Lebanon, according to the Lebanese Ministry of Public Health, and more than 1 million displaced. This comes a day after the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon said 2 peacemakers were killed when an explosion of unknown origin destroyed their vehicle near the southern Lebanese village of Bani Hayyan. Another peacemaker was killed by a projectile on Sunday near the Lebanese village of Adhait El Qasir. At least 70 people have been killed and 30 injured during an attack near Petite Riviere in Haiti's breadbasket Artibonite region, a human rights group said, significantly higher than officials' estimates, which put the death toll at approximately 16. Residents and officials told local media that the attack began in the early hours of Sunday in rural communities around Jean Denis and continued into the early hours of Monday, with gang members storming the area and setting homes on fire. The Defensors Plus rights groups said it estimated that 6,000 people had been displaced by the violence. The United Nations estimates that more than 2,000 people had left their homes in the days before, following raids by armed gangs nearby. Police initially reported 16 dead and 10 injured, while a preliminary report from civil protection authorities said 17 had died and 19 were wounded, mostly men. A spokesperson for the UN Secretary General told a news briefing that the organization's office in Haiti, BINU, was closely monitoring the events and that estimates ranged from 10 to 80 people killed. He called for a thorough investigation. And that's it on the international news.
Let's turn our attention now to sports.
Germany concluded their international break with a hard-fought 2-1 win over Ghana at the MHP Arena in Stuttgart. Despite dominating 69% of possession, Julian Nagelsmann's side struggled to break down a resolute Ghanaian defense for much of the match. Kai Havertz opened the scoring from the penalty spot in first half stoppage time after a foul in the area. Ghana responded with spirit in the second half as Abdul Fatawu leveled the score in the 70th minute following a sharp counter-attack.
In your actual home as Kuhn turns the corner, good chance here, and Fatawu scores. Germany picked apart, and Abdul Fatawu has been on the field for just several minutes, and Ghana are level in Stuttgart.
Still without star striker Chris Wood, New Zealand nevertheless made light work of defeating Chile to prove their credentials. New Zealand offered a timely reminder of their quality ahead of the World Cup by hammering Chile 4-1 at Eden Park.
Se encienden los cielos de Auckland, se abrazan los jugadores que no festejaban de junio del 2025, venían de 8 derrotas, 70 minutos, se destaparon todas las compuertas.
This marked New Zealand's first ever win over South American opposition. The All Whites are due to take on Iran, Egypt and Belgium in their World Cup group. In rugby, the Wallabies will return to the Australian Capital Territory for the first time in 10 years when they host Ireland at Canberra's GIO Stadium next year, just 9 days before the Rugby World Cup opener against Hong Kong, China in Perth. Rugby Australia announced on Tuesday that International Rugby Union is heading back to the nation's capital with both the Wallabies and Wallaroos taking on Northern Hemisphere rival in the not-too-distant future before Men's Rugby World Cup 2027 gets underway. The Wallabies will face world number 3 Ireland in a blockbuster warm-up fixture on September 18. The Wallabies are undefeated in 5 tests at the venue from 1998 and 2017, including their most recent clash there against Argentina. In golf, Irishman Shane Lowry got what he wanted before the Masters after sinking a hole-in-one and earning a top 30 finish at the Texas Children's Houston Open. Lowry is making his 11th Masters start in 2026 and is searching for his first ever green jacket. The 38-year-old said his performance and hole-in-one in Houston helped his confidence heading into the Masters.
It's a little more aggressive than that.
That's pretty right there.
That's pretty. Yes, he did it! How about it? We have another ace!
That's Sport News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele.
Our next is entertainment with Queenette Mokonta.
Nollywood actor Zubi Michael has stirred widespread reaction after urging Christians in Jos Plateau State to leave the city following a deadly attack. The actor made the statement while responding to reports of a terrorist assault in the Angwan Rukuba area on Sunday, where dozens of people were said to have been killed. Despite the strong remark, Zubi Michael also expressed hope that those responsible for the violence would ultimately face consequences, noting that justice would catch up with the perpetrators. His comments quickly generated mixed response online. While some shared his concern over the safety of residents, others criticized the suggestion, arguing that relocation is not a practical solution, especially given that a large proportion of Plateau State's population is Christian. In a similar development, several Nigerian celebrities have also raised concerns over the growing insecurity in the country, criticizing both public reaction and government response. Singer Paul Okoye lamented what he described as insufficient outrage following the Palm Sunday attack in Jos Plateau State, where dozens were reportedly killed, noting that Nigerians are not angry enough. Content creator Mr. Macaroni questioned why the president had yet to address the nation after reports of at least 40 deaths, accusing the government of lacking accountability. Similarly, actor Kule Remi urged Nigerians to use social media to spotlight insecurity and hardship, including in birthday messages to President Bola Tinubu. Their comments add to increasing calls for stronger action by the country's leaders in tackling the crisis.
That is the image we should use. If you want to wish him a happy birthday, which I suggest we should actually wish our president a happy birthday. So everyone seeing this video, if you feel you want to wish him a happy birthday, please use that video. There are images from it, there's videos, look online, you will see it. There is a woman in pain. 15 hours ago, there was a disaster in Plateau. That is the celebratory message we should use, please. Thank you. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Please, that is the email. Thank you.
Veteran Nollywood actress Opeyemi Ayola has urged colleagues supporting the All Progressive Congress APC to reconsider their stance amid rising insecurity in the country. In a video message following the Palm Sunday attack in Jos Plateau State, Ayola called on entertainers to prioritize conscience over money, influence and affluence, stressing the need to think about the future. She expressed concerns that such tragedies receive limited attention due to ongoing political activities. She therefore encouraged Nigerians at home and abroad to speak up and take a stand, while reminding her colleagues to consider the long-term impact of their choices on future generations. That's the entertainment news. Queenette Mokonta's Signature TV News.
That's the news. Thank you for watching. I am Barry Kumo Ado.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff. It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. We are local.
International communities why the meat market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff. It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture exports. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing
Just finish the chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Mornings on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observe
Why the meat market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur.
Happy 1st of April. We are in a new month and we are now in the second quarter of the year. And we all know what today is. Today is widely known as April Fools. You know, a day to play harmless pranks and tricks, on families, friends, colleagues, people around you. And I wonder how you're going to celebrate your own April Fool's Day. I mean, I didn't think of a prank for you this morning, but I'm sure that some of you would have, come up with some jokes and some pranks for the people around you. Anyway, today is Wednesday and April 1st, 2026, and you are watching Signature Morning on Signature TV. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha, and we'll be coming back with our newspaper headlines and review in a moment. Do stay with us. Welcome back. Now it's time to look at the headlines on our dailies this morning. Let's start with the Daily Trust newspaper. Looking at the headlines of the Daily Trust, Tinubu moves for new loans, debt to hit 195 trillion naira. Below the mast, Bala Mohammed mulls defection to ADC. Plateau, JNI confirms 4 members killed, 10 missing. 28 reps switch parties ahead of primaries. Now, El Rufai returns to ICPC custody. Commuters stranded as bridge collapses along Abuja Road. South Africans picket Nigerian High Commission over Igbo King. And finally, on the Daily Trust newspaper, 2027, Abba versus Gawuna again. All right, that is it for the Daily Trust. Let's look at the Nation newspaper. We see on the major headlines, Senate House passed 68.3 trillion naira 2026 appropriation bill. With rider budget size rises by 9 trillion naira. Lawmakers okay $6 billion foreign loan for projects. Capital market investors net 30 trillion naira gains in Q1. Jos, Tinubu, Mutfwang, security chiefs meet over violence. And on page 3, court orders for feature of Hussaini's London house to federal government. And on page 6, 29 reps defections take APC members to 280. Now on page 4, troops foil attacks, rescue 150. And page 6 says El Rufai taken back to custody. Now on page 3, Transportation Minister resigns to contest in Gombe. Adelabu fails to quit. And finally, on page 5 of the Nation newspaper, US, UK, France, 7 others clear Nigeria's ambassadors to resume. Now the next newspaper, which is the Punch newspaper, on page 2, FGI's oil windfall to fund 9 trillion naira budget gap. FG raises 2026 spending from 58.12 trillion naira to 68.3 trillion naira. Government bets on oil boom, fresh borrowing. National Assembly justifies budget hike, cites settling arrears and economic reality. Tinubu's $6 billion loan request gets NAS nod. deaths set to climb. Beside the mass defection tsunami, 27 reps dump PDP, others for APC ADC. On page 7, it says Easter DHQ orders troop alert, confirms US support. Afrexim Bank drives $4 billion funding for Dangote refinery. Lagos CP withdraws task force from traffic duties. And CBN sets tough cybersecurity timeline for banks. We see that on the 2027 Transport Minister resigns, Adelabu, others hold on. And Plateau killings, Tinubu invites governors as deaths hit 28. Now to the Nigerian Tribune. The Nigerian Tribune says that 30 reps move across parties, 14 join APC, ADC, gains 9, PDP loses 12. While leaving battered PDP for Wike on Thursday, Bauchi governor declares likely to join ADC on pages 4 and page 13. Now, FG unveils new standard for fairly used vehicles, says no certification, no entry. Troops arrest 16 logistics suppliers, other bandits in Northeast, foil mass abduction, rescue over 150 victims in Borno, and court orders final forfeiture of UK house linked to Jeremiah Hussaini. And on health, scientists create device that warns of approaching heart attack. Now, the Vanguard newspaper says on page 9, just killings, Tinubu, Mutfwang, MBA vow justice. Plateau won't bow to terror, Mutfwang declares. Confirms 28 killed in gunmen attack in Angwan, Rukuba. Enough is enough. Atiku, Obi, Kwankwaso demand action. Nigeria's debt to hit 155 trillion naira as Senate approves FG $6 billion loan request. Senate extends 2025 budget implementation to June 30th. And Nigeria's oil exploration drops 45% on limited activities. All right, that's the major headlines on the Vanguard. Now to the Guardian newspaper. And the Guardian newspaper says Middle East crisis, marketers urge FG to consider temporary subsidy. Page 6 says 2026 budget, NAS OK 68.3 trillion naira budget, shifts burden of funding and execution to FG. Now, Business Page 2 says that airlines lose 32.5 billion naira to flight delays and cancellations in 1 year. Deported Nigerians decry treatment in Mozambique as NIDCOM urges calm in South Africa. JAMB releases 2026 UTME mock results, blacklists 20 CBT centers. On page 4, maritime inefficiencies, delayed reforms cost Nigeria 5 trillion naira yearly. And finally, on The Guardian, Afrexim Bank leads $4 billion financing for Dangote refinery and commits 2.5 billion. All right, that is what we have on The Guardian newspaper, and we've covered the major headlines on the papers this morning. It's time for our review. Let's welcome Chris Maduka in the studio with us this morning. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Uche.
How are you today?
Oh, well, I'm fine. Normally in Nigeria, things are taking shape. New mode has become everywhere. You see virtual messages, happy new month, happy new month, happy new month. But in Nigeria, whenever you are told happy, you'll be wondering the last time you have an experience of something that looked like happiness. Well, what can we do when somebody says happy new month? You will look so odd not to respond. So, Uche, happy new month.
Happy new month. Maybe I should have played a prank on you today to mark April Fool's Day. Maybe that would have made you. That would have made you happy.
Uche, we are already inside prank. Nigeria is prank itself. So, what other prank can you play? Nigeria is a big prank, and we play prank in Nigeria with people's lives, and that's the most thing that pains. If you play pranks with other things. But when Nigeria play pranks with their lives, can't you see we have gotten to the brinks? But Thank God for another day. We welcome you to the day. Let's just
All right,
fire
let's
the
look
fire.
at the headlines. Now we see that we are seeing new loans and debt to hit 195 trillion naira. The Senate has already passed for 68.3 trillion naira 2026 appropriation bill, which is higher than what was initially.
Somebody will be at home and say, let this be an April Fool. But in Nigeria, anything that looks like April Fool will always turn out to become real. You know what baffles me? Before the president will be, you know how newspapers use the word, Tinubu mauls the idea of borrowing. The NAS will say, borrow, borrow! In Daily Trust this morning, we have 195 trillion debt profile for a country of 240 million. That almost 95% of this population is wallowing in poverty, hardship, hunger, insecurity. So you ask me, these borrowings, what have Nigeria, what can we show with it for the last 2.5 or almost 3 years of this regime? I keep saying, it's not that the view is clearer from where they are planning. They might have reasons to borrow and keep borrowing and keep borrowing. What are we doing with such amount of borrowing when we are approaching an election year? Are we borrowing to fund open door for the Central Party, to buy up everybody so that, because if you borrow, and when people like raise eyebrows, say, this is what we have done with the borrowing we have done over time, you can measure it. We can't measure, even from the smallest thing that affects our lives, what 195 trillion debt profile shows in the life of Nigeria. Just tell me one single one. It's not, maybe I don't, but if you remove a flare from the body of a dog and you do not show it to the dog will feel you are pinching the dog and it might bite. And keeping the people in the dark and borrowing, only leaders and politicians and people in high authorities know why they are using this money. The other rest of Nigerians who are supposed to be majority don't know. Then you are borrowing for yourself. Why are they using Nigerians as collateral to borrow without even letting us know, so that we know, make up our mind and know that we have been sold? Somebody was comparing. I hate comparison. But certain things will take you to a point where you start looking at that what this present government has borrowed within 3 years is that what the other previous government borrowed in eight years is not up to 100 yet of what they have borrowed in 3 years. So you look at it, and since that former government where people are crying, and now, what is the evidence that this borrowing is going to bear indirectly in the lives of Nigerians? That's why he said, you have borrowed for us to make our life easier. You keep promising it's going to get better, it's going to get better. Are we borrowing to fund our status? Borrowing to pay national salaries of National Assembly members who are in comfort? I've never seen anywhere in the world where people in National Assembly and people in high HLM of government earn the much they earn for Nigeria, where population are dying in poverty. And people say, don't you have human feeling? And you expect these people to have patriotism. When you say stop, they'll stop. When you say fight, they say. When you say here, talk, then people, they look at the mess. Look at the mess. Part of the hardship is fueling insecurity in several ways. If it's not people who have decided on bandits and terror and the organized international syndicate, in the local, inside, in the interiors, people who are facing this hardship and hunger are involved in several vices that are bringing the nation down. So let's keep borrowing. But somebody want to say, let this be an April Fool. Before you know it, the National Assembly, it was yesterday we had some newspaper we read, the president is thinking about borrowing, some say $5 billion. This morning already, the National Assembly has approved. When did the president present the proposal? When? How long did it take the National Assembly to approve? Is it how they give rapid attention to everything that is happening in Nigeria? If anybody talk, it's like either you are too hungry because you are not getting anything. That's why you are shouting. But I am reviewing newspaper, not politician. I'm not intending to be one. The newspaper headlines of Nigeria, the news that with the whole Nigeria, the world is reading about Nigeria, is what we analyze. A lot of other people can analyze it from their own point of view. I, Christian Chibuzo Maduka, sees that this borrowing has not trickled down to the life of Nigerians. And you can quote me anywhere, I stand by it.
All right, Chris, let's look at, we're seeing that as this 2027 election is approaching, there are a lot of mass defection. About 30 reps have moved across parties. 14 have joined APC. ADC gains 9, PDP loses 12. And the Bauchi governor is saying that they are leaving the battered PDP for Wike on Thursday.
Well, Nigerian politicians, their next, another name, their second name is defection. There was one time in Nigeria, one president ruled that we had the word clueless. What we have with some of our representatives are what we called ideologyless. They don't know, they don't stand for nothing. They stand for everything. They are floating. And they will tell you they are representing you. Even the people they say they've gotten there, some of them rig themselves there, so they know what they're fighting for their stomach. But the most saddest thing that the few things that even got there under the platform of the masses eventually give up and do not consult. No, people defect across. In fact, you woke up this morning, it's like, hey, it's not working well in APC. Hey, depend the ADC. This next morning, hey, it's like PDP. What other party can you? That's all they keep doing. Even when we say we elected them to go to National Assembly to sit down and look at the issues that are bothering this nation, the only thing they wake up and think, and that's what we pay them, as much as 29 million every month, is to think about which party to join the next. Shame on this country. It's sad, insensitive, and we can't get nowhere with. We can't. The thing that the people that are fighting Nigeria with the common enemy of insecurity, notice that our leaders are not even talking and thinking about what they are doing. So they concentrate. Even some of them have been fingered into having sponsored. They get so much so they'll buy their life to go on, keep defecting. Keep defecting. That's all. How many bills has come out of our Senate and Federal House in the last 6 months, if it's not defection? And when they lack anything to talk about, they will remember that Natasha is still on suspension. They bring his case. That's all we hear. Are they not shamed? It's incredible. This nation, we need to really sit up. That's what we are talking about. The people we handed our lives over to go and decide are playing pranks. They're playing April Fool with it. They're playing ping pong. They are insensitive. That's what pains me. You can't see what every day they rehearse talks. What happened in Jos? Tinubu, our president, is meeting with the security force. How many the security chiefs? How many times have they met? You see one step forward. The day we hear they did this, they did this with terrorist rescue. The next day, we revert back to square one. And we can't say we're making progress. We're just running around the circle.
Now that you're talking about insecurity, we're seeing that troops arrest 16 logistics suppliers and other bandits in Northeast. Apparently, they foiled mass abductions and rescue over 150 victims in Borno.
They've turned Nigerians against themselves, where Nigerians fund and logistics supply to bandits and terror as a way to survive. There was one time on this desk we sat and we were talking about the newspaper, reviewing newspaper of how much fuel sold at that time across the border where people take these supplies, logistics to bandits. At that time, a liter of fuel was selling around there for 5,000 naira. And drugs, tramadol, different kinds of drugs that they pack, and they managed to cross it across the, during the Nigerian Biafra Civil War, we hear of Ahia attack. When they say people go on Ahia attack. I don't know how to explain that. But Nigerians, because of hardship and hunger, have started using their blood and sweat to trade. They even sell their families, their relations, they sell off a whole community to survive. People, logistics supply, Nigerians, clear-eyed. You see, if they have some useful things they do, they will take the risk of going to the border to cross to the side of the bandits and terror and sell fuel, sell drugs to them to make money. That's it. He said the idol's mind is the devil's workshop. Because somebody brought the argument of what is happening in certain states where some state governors will come and be demolishing, killing people, and they ask them, what have you provided the youth to do? No single. In some states, you have over 80% of youth unemployment. But the governors will be hammering and bidding who becomes Okite. Who does this? Who is into going to native doctor or you going to Ido to Abara and this and then confusing themselves and carry some security forces who wear charms in their hand to go and arrest a Jujuman. So you can see what are we talking about? It's incredible. Nigeria is a April fool. I keep saying it. But we play April fool because we, as gold lying on the ground, we are lying on our skin. We can never get it right unless we have decided to. All this idea of survival of the fittest, one day the fittest will be declining. You find out that even the giant becomes the weak, and you go.
Now, this issue in South Africa, I mean, South Africans now are picketing Nigerian High Commission over Igbo King. And The Guardian also has a similar headline talking about deported Nigerians decry their treatment in Mozambique as NIDCOM urges calm in South Africa.
You cannot urge calm. This is a country that has been known to be that sensitive and prone to this, what they call it? Xenophobia. Once it starts developing, there should be high level of diplomatic move to curb it. It's spreading like fuel dropped on the ground like that. Until you have enough air to dry it up, it will spread, and if fire drops, it will consume everything. Why are they still waiting? When the newspaper are reporting that these people have gone to picket the High Commission, what diplomatic moves are they waiting not to do it now? If you have Nkapi, that long-mouthed rat, go and use knife to cut it now. If you have a frog that has blown stomach because of water, go and press the stomach for that water to go. This is breeding again. If Nigeria will fight war, of those who have jackpot to South Africa, you'll be defending that. Bandits and terror is occupying some part of Nigeria. You're depending on people they will deport. And the people who have been fighting and killing Nigeria will be talking about logistics to go and deport them. You're talking about Mozambique. It will go hit up in Mozambique. Because once it starts in the southern part of Africa, every of those things will forget what Nigeria has done for them until they finish what they're doing. It is at the time you need high level of diplomatic moves to curb this. Oh, Igbo, stop! Take back your title. Go back home. Take over the narrative. We have taken over. Bring the man. You can harbor him in the embassy. Clear off everything about him. And you are not telling your people to remain calm. How have the South Africa remain calm? Are you in their control? MIPCO cannot sit one place and say, come over what? The South Africans are not like Nigerians. They have this deep-seated xenophobic attitude. They felt Nigerians are occupying their space. So any little thing, they blow it up into, into big thing. Until the diplomatic level of Nigeria will be here doing defections. We'll be here talking about, and this another fire will blow again in South Africa and consume Nigeria. Where is Nigeria safe? Let me not profile Nigerians in South Africa, because when it touch the nose, it will touch the eye. Let me leave it at this.
All right, let's just take one more before we go. Now, airlines lose about 32.5 billion naira to flight delays and cancellations in 1 year.
Selfish of the minister. How much did Nigerians lose for delayed flights, cancelled flights and all? Do you know? So that what airlines miss. That is sensitivity. If you are giving data, give balanced data. How many times the people you know will tell you that they have a business to meet, and then they get to the airport, their flight is cancelled. Some of them will buy second ticket, will not go, and the thing will drop. Where you are paying over 500,000 naira for 2 tickets that did not work, and the business you are going for that will yield the business failed. Who calculates it for Nigerians? And the minister, what is he talking about for us to do what? If you say Nigerian businessmen lost 1 naira, the airlines lost this, people will be looking at balance. That is insensitivity, clearly showing up, not only they're selfish. Some people, because of the insecurity on the road, will go and borrow money even because of sickness to enter flight to go to one level of Nigeria. You pay that, cancel his flight are cancelled, delayed. Some of them cannot get back the money, and that sickness will kill the person, or if it's emergency, you will lose that money. And nobody, no Nigerian government, no Minister of Aviation, no Festus Keyamo will talk about it. He will tell you how many Nigerian airlines are lost. Lost to hell. If we are talking about loss, let's balance it. Everybody is losing in an economy that's not working. Even they, when they lose, they still put the price back, collected from people who are traveling. Has anybody told you what Nigerian people lose from inefficient aviation sector? Let me leave it at that. So, if they have told us the balance, you would now say, hey, can see, you start pitying everybody. When somebody who is the cause of the problem is telling you how much he lost, for me to pity Ministry of or whatever, to pity the airlines, or pity the minister, who are we supposed to pity? Who is pitying us that are using the road?
Very good point. But thank you so much, Chris. We'll leave it at that this morning. Thank you so much for your review as always.
Thank you. Now, we have finished again with another shouting at the Signature TV newspaper review. We do things at a very high level, like 2 elephants mating, with shouting and screaming and all that. But all these are meant for us to get somewhere and have a better nation for. It's not that directed at anybody. We felt that even if it means to, like, where is the prophet that shouted down the wall of Jericho? Even if they shout down the wall of Jericho, that we use our voice to shout down the mess and the vices that are pulling Nigeria down, we can do that. God bless you. God bless you for being with us and having tolerated our shouting, our passionate energy and all. God bless everybody. But we must always add this tagline. Remember that God blessings are meant for those who desire to be blessed.
That is it for our newspaper headlines and review this morning. Thank you so much once again, Chris Maduka. And we'll go on a short break and we'll be back shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso have constituted a new bloc, the Alliance of Sahel States. The three nations all have military dictatorships and have entered into a new relationship with Russia. The research by the Center for Democracy and Development, in collaboration with the Ivorian Observatory for Human Rights, focused on disinformation in the social media space between July and September 2025. According to the researchers, the Sahel bloc used propaganda to sell military rule, undermine democratic institutions, and position ECOWAS as a new colonial mechanism for undermining West Africa's true independence. If democracy has failed to resolve development issues, have coups in the three countries changed their development situations?
I think the reality we live in today is that Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger republics have all turned their back on democracy. They have all argued that the problems of poverty and dependence on external forces of their countries were there because of democracy, and have therefore presented democracy as the enemy. It is in that context that they banned political parties in their countries and are all in the process of institutionalizing military rule up till the point in which that military rule would be legitimized through an electoral system, as we saw in Guinea.
From the reports, even as there have been a semblance of some progressive development, we also get to realize that if you were to speak to the ordinary man on the street and the person is going to be attending to you one-on-one, you then get to understand that life has not really been different in terms of the kind of talking of democracy dividends, the development dividends as it is. There is hunger in the land. I'm sure you would have heard Professor Jibril Ibrahim say that in Mali, on the list of what the people consider as their greatest problem,
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back to Signature Morning. Thank you so much for staying with us. Now we're turning our spotlights to the Niger Delta, which we know is the home to Nigeria's oil wealth. But we see that the region has, continuously been synonymous with environmental degradation, pollution, poverty, and agitation, and a number of issues around this. And so this morning, we're going to discuss a very interesting conversation on Isaac Adakaboro, and the Niger Delta unfinished story. Now, on the phone with us, we have Mr. Chigachi Eke, who is a public affairs analyst, here to give us an insight and to tell us about what is happening in the Niger Delta. You're very much welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Signature TV. Happy to be with you.
Right, now talking about Isaac Adakaboro and the Niger Delta unfinished story. First of all, tell us who is this Isaac Adakaboro and what exactly, did he do for the Niger Delta?
Well,
Mr. Eke, can you hear me?
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
We apologize for that break in transmission. We're still with Mr. Chigachi Eke, public affairs analyst. And before we went on that break, Mr. Eke, if you can hear me, I asked about who Isaac Boro is and what exactly he did for the Niger Delta.
As said, Isaac Boro was a Niger nationalist, and he carried out a revolution on the 22nd of February, 1966. And his revolution was not against the Nigerian state. It was against the repressive Eastern Regional Government then, because that was the government that opposed the creation of River State for Ijaws and other Niger Delta minorities. Let us make no mistakes about it. So, all the conditions that provoke Adakaboro to carry out his revolutions are here today with us. And the Ijaws, who are very moderate, came together under the Supreme Egbesu Assembly, and they are amicably asking the Nigerian government and the international community that, look, all the conditions that angered Boro to carry out a revolution are here with us. He just wants the creation of Toroebe State, an oil river state for them, and 32 local government given to new additional local government given to Bayelsa State, the only Ijaw state. They are asking, and they have gone to court, asking for resource control, asking that the Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline, which Buhari gave to the King of Morocco as a gift, should be reversed, that they don't want it. They are asking that Henry Oka should be released unconditionally and immediately from South African prison, and Charles Oka. And they are asking for if actually there was any merit in the Desiani Alice Madueke, that it should be postponed till after 2027 presidential election, because that was a politically motivated trial. And they are in court asking for these things. They don't want to take up arms. And I mean, we are talking about under the Supreme Ebesu Assembly.
Mr. Eke, are you still with us? Well, okay, it's quite unfortunate. It seems that we've lost our connection with Mr. Chigachi Eke. We'll go on a break and we'll connect with him when we return.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Back with our guest still talking on the Niger Delta Unfinished Story. Mr. Eke, please continue.
So it will pay the Nigerian state to amicably resolve the Niger Delta lingering problem. And I have listed out the demands of the Niger Delta minorities, especially the Ijaw ethnic minorities, the fourth major tribe in Nigeria. In addition, the issue, one of the burning issues in the Niger Delta, which they look up to the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to immediately reconcile, is this issue of state creation. And I have mentioned that there is a strong demand for Torebe State and Oil River State. Another thing is the modernization of the eastern seaports, all the seaports in the eastern part of the country, and I will list them. Calabar Seaport, Ebomdi Seaport, nobody has given it the operation license to start operating. One Seaport should be modernized. Agedi Seaport in Bayelsa should be built. The Burutu Seaport, the Gelegele Seaport, the Oguta Seaport, River Port, the Okwa, there is a port in the in Aba that has to be built, just less than 16 nautical miles to the Atlantic Ocean. We have got the federal government built the Lekki Seaport with Lagos State government under 20 months. But nobody is talking about building a seaport in Onitsha. The federal government built 2 inland dry ports in Kaduna and in Dala, Kano. And our northern compatriots are exporting solid mineral from this inland dry port. Any container you drop there cannot be opened anywhere in Nigeria till it reaches its port of final destination. We're supposed to have that in Ungwaland. There is one designated there. So from 2023, we expected these seaports to be developed. Since when Buhari was there, the Nigerian railway system was modernized. The Western Railway line from Lagos to Maiduguri was modernized. and the Eastern Railway line was abandoned, the materials meant to modernize the Eastern Railway line from Port Harcourt to Kaura Nomada was taken instead to Niger Republic, and a modern railway system was built for them. Even though the South states and Southeastern states are the ones paying for the foreign loans used in modernizing the Nigerian railway system. So we want an inclusive federation. We want an inclusive federation. Another burning issue, according to the Supreme Egbesu Assembly and the Ijaw Nation Forum, is that they are asking that other Niger Delta minorities and they themselves, the Ijaws, suffer the degradation, the environmental degradation, the health hazard of oil exploration and gas flaring. Why then, when it came down to selling and buying share, people from other regions bought share and they were bypassed? People from other regions bought Ajib, and the people who suffered the environmental and health hazard were bypassed. Those are some of the burning issues right now that must be urgently addressed.
All right, Mr. Eke, now you've mentioned quite a number of them, which I'd like you to expand on. First, you mentioned the issue of the seaport. And we know that Mr. Abubakar Dantosho, the managing director of the Nigerian Port Authority, recently said that the federal government is looking into developing the eastern seaports, the ones you mentioned, Warri, Oni, Calabar, and the rest. So respond to that, please, seeing that they've already stated that they're making moves to develop these areas.
Thank you, Ma. Mr. Abubakar Dansoho, the managing director of Nigerian Port Authority, was only trying to fool the people of the Southeast and South-South. Look, let us look at it. Since the APC government came into power in 2015, they have sidelined not only the Southeast, but the South-South. I am a patriotic Nigerian. I want to see this country survive. So you and I must be telling truths to power. Not only that the Southeast was deliberately sidelined, Nigeria is deliberately sidelining the South-South minorities, because if you develop the South-South minorities, the spillover will benefit Igbos. That is why nobody is talking about modernizing or building all these seaports. This seaport was on board Obong Victor Atta in 1999, and an architect designed everything. They bomb industrial city. Where do we see they bomb this seaport? Nobody wants to build it. So when the president, and he is our president, we love him. We have nothing against President Tinubu. And as an Igbo man, my prayer is, Tinubu, please, President, Your Excellency, create the Anioma state for the Igbo. Give us a sense of belonging. Other geopolitical zones have got 6 states, but we have only 5. Is that justice? So when our president went to London, not only that a brand new Lekki deep seaport was built in the southwest, but that Badagry deep seaport is also being built, and nothing is happening in our own end. He went to London, secured a loan for £9.64 million. Instead of bringing it to build seaports that were neglected, he is now modernizing Tinkan and Apapa. Is that fair? So to calm people, I wouldn't say to fool people. Abubakar Dansoho now came to Enugu, where you are, trying to tell people, don't worry, we are going to modernize One, Calabar, and Warri. That is a slap on our faces. But since he has said it, we are telling him, don't tell us till after the presidential election. It took you people 20 months to build Lekki from scratch to finish. I followed it up. Go to Oguta and start building the seaports there. Go to Onitsha and start building the seaports there. Go to Agege, this seaport. The money is there. We are generating the money. start building Agedi Seaport, Burutu Seaport. It just had demanded that the Agelegele Seaport be developed. Ibom people are asking, why is their Ibom Seaport not functioning? They are willing to build it. Just like Nigeria frustrated Tinapa. Without giving Tinapa operation license, you cannot do anything. When will it take you to dredge Calabar Seaport and expand it? That is what we are talking. So we respect Dansoho. He is a great man, but he shouldn't have told us that. He shouldn't have told us that when what we are seeing contradicts everything he's telling us.
Right. Now, also, one of the things you mentioned, which I'd like you to speak on and expand more on, is the Desiani Alice Madueke trial. Can you please, tell us exactly
what... Yes, you will know that anywhere in this world, and I think Mr. Kaboa Kamande wrote an essay titled Desiani Alice Madueke Resource War. He just as saying that why is it that anytime one of them is the petroleum minister, he is always probe. When Pan David West was the minister, after serving as the minister of petroleum, Babangida, Professor Jubril Aminu, and I think if not Sultan Dasuki, it should be Machido, and one Justice Guswa indicted him for taking a cup of tea, for God's sake, and they jailed him life imprisonment. And when finally he was tortured, sent to Meduguri, where another Ijaw nationalist by name Charles Oka, they are holding him. Charles Oka and Henry Oka are not terrorists. Under international humanitarian law, I'm not deviating, please, man. Under international humanitarian law, a conflict or a war is deemed to have been over when you address the causes of that conflict. And the causes of the ongoing Niger Delta conflict, which is environmental degradation, political marginalization, economic victimization, and exclusion, have not been addressed. So amnesty is just a red herring. Amnesty never ended the war. And that is why between 2015 and 2017, 16 new militant groups emerged in the Niger Delta. And that is why you see Aso Rock recruiting private military contractors to fight and kill these agitators. The Niger Delta war is still ongoing. Amnesty never
Mr. Chigachi Eke, are you still with us? Can you hear me? All right, we seem to be having some network connection issues with Mr. Eke and hearing what he's saying, but we'll be back in a moment.
We are local.
International communities why the main market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
You have a problem. There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of our number 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Mr. Chigachieke is back with us. Please continue with your line of thoughts.
Now, they have accused another Ijo who was a former petroleum minister of corruption. And this innocent lady has stated over and over that there was no iota of truth in it. And through her lawyer, Mike Ozokome, she applied twice to Nigerian government that she was willing, not minding her fragile state, to come to Nigeria and clear her name, and Nigerian government blocked her. Remember that Henry Oka also called for witnesses from Nigeria, and the government of President Jonathan blocked him. And all the people that testified against Henry Oka were Ijos. 1, Gosle Rubebe. 2, Selekaye Victor Ben, the junior brother of Boylouf. 3, Raphael Danfibo. They were all there. And they testify against an innocent man, and he is jailed there. Then they came back to Nigeria and told the judge that Henry Oka never contributed to the Ijo armed struggle. But in the court, in the South Gauteng court, and I know South Africa very well, I did my master's there. They told the court that this man was the leader of MEND. He was the supplier of guns. All the guns and bullets used by MEND was supplied by Henry Oka. And they jailed Henry Oka. We have no apologies. It was a just war, and the war is ongoing. And we have applied that he should be released unconditionally.
All right, Mr. Eke,
the causes of that
we
war
have
has
to...
not been addressed. So Denziani is innocent, and all these things are because of the 2027 presidential election, to avoid Jonathan from contesting for the presidency. That's why she's on trial. Not that there is any merit in it, please.
All right, Mr. Chigachieke, this conversation, I mean, I have a lot of questions for you, but we can't exhaust them in just this conversation. So we hope to have more conversations with you in the future where we can unpack all of these things about the Niger Delta. But thank you so much for joining us this morning on the program.
Thank you very much, Signature TV.
All right, we just spoke to Mr. Chigachieke, public affairs analyst on the Niger Delta Unfinished Story, and Signature Morning will be back shortly.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
What we are doing in Nigeria is a lot of people are taking risks. And in business, yes, they say, don't fear, take risks so that you grow. But you don't see the risks there, and you jump into it. So you have been told to take risks. It's when it is unimaginable. You don't imagine it. You don't foresee it. But these days, I pity people who are doing any type of business in Nigeria. Is it, if you rely on energy, I think in one of the stations I was privileged to appear, one of the broadcast media, I was, the MD was, we were discussing informally. He was telling me, say, Louis, to run this business is no longer for. What is he spends on diesel alone on weekly basis? On weekly basis, campaign staff, all of them. So imagine that kind of, what kind of business are you running? Are you running a charity home? Apart from the issue of technology, energy, that government agents, you see somebody, a woman who is selling mango, fruits. they will come, you see another person standing, a man. Once it is 10, Madam will take go. That's Madam, bring money. 44. Some of them are agents of government. Some of them are friends of government, touts used in the election. So they can look elsewhere. Security operatives will look elsewhere when you are undermining somebody's interest. So I wonder when people do business, it's like in Nigeria today, it's like, well, we have come out, we have started, there's nothing we can do.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Topic of conversation this time around, we're going to the university system and looking at the relationship between students and lecturers in Nigeria's tertiary education system. Now we'll have two guests with us, but right now in the studio we have Professor Ike Caleb Ezano, who is a senior lecturer at Nnamdi Azikiwe University.
That's the wrong person. I'm the second person, Barrister Dr. Dike Remigio Samarachi. So he's still on his way.
He's still on his way. Okay,
yes.
My apologies for that.
Okay.
Now let's talk about the relationship. First of all, looking at how would you explain or define the relationship between lecturers and students in university? Let's talk about the ideal relationship and then what is actually seen in the education system.
All right. Thank you so much for having me. It's my pleasure being here to be interviewed on this issue. First and foremost, the issue of teaching or lectureship in the university is a vocation. And when we say vocation, etymologically is from the Latin word voco vocare, voco, to call. It's a calling. So it ought to be a mutual understanding, a symbiotic relationship between the teachers and their lecturers. There's supposed not to be the gap, the fear, the atmosphere of tension towards meeting your lecturers. It ought to be a plain environment whereby the students feel so free to relate with their lecturers, their professors on the areas they seek for more clarification. It goes beyond transfer of knowledge from the lecturer to the students. It goes beyond a lot of things. It's a translation of or transfer of even the lecturer's integrity to the students, because it's a lecturer or a professor or whatever the person in the academic section is seen as a mirror towards the students, whereby they just look not just what you tell them in class, they equally go beyond towards seeing if that thing you are teaching, actually you are displaying it. So it has to be, they have to have that mutual respect. Then the lecturer transferring the knowledge has to have good knowledge of the subject matter, have good research, the effective delivery in order to get that target objective. Because if at the end of your lecturing or mentoring with the students, they are not able to replicate what that thing you have in mind to give them, I don't think you have really achieved the purpose of that journey or that call. So lectureship ought to be, lecturing has to be a vocation, something that comes from within, not just for the sake of fulfilling all righteousness of professionalism.
Okay, but is that what is obtained in the system right now? When you look at, the relationship that lecturers have with their students and vice versa?
Yeah, I will say yes and I will say no. I'll say yes in the sense that so many lecturers still has that integrity and still doing what they ought to do, delivering quality learning, effective communication to their students. But in other way around, however, the poor remuneration, I'm not trying to make excuses for anybody, but then poor remuneration has really made academics to change from what it ought to be. It's so unfortunate that some lecturers now have lecturing profession as the second option and now have another source of income as the first option. I will tell you in white and black that this is one of the things that's one of the big challenges we have in an academic session. Now, they now attend to that teaching which ought to be their core profession at their leisure, instead of having it as their core mandate to deliver on quality education. So, but now they take it as second alternative. You see, where lecturers are waiting for 35,000 naira of a wage award and all that. People checking their phones when 35,000 naira will enter. People now celebrate salaries because salaries ought to drop before the end of the month. But now, there are 1 week, even to the new month, when salary comes, people now clap hands. Something that ought not to be the norm. But now it's being celebrated. So, but then I believe that somebody that is dedicated and have good love of the profession will still play by the guidelines of the profession, because the profession has its own ethics and it ought to be maintained at any level, at any point in time.
Right. So now I want to talk about, like one-on-one relationship between your students. Mm-hmm. We see that in particular, this is seen more in federal and state universities where there are a lot of students, the classes are large, possibly going into hundreds of students. Okay. And how would you say that having such large numbers in your classes of people that you teach affects your personal relationship with them, as opposed to having smaller, groups of people where it's easier to know them by name or to, recognize them or to interact with them? Okay, thank you very much for your question. At least I, for myself, I think I belong to the two categories you just mentioned, because at the Institute of Maritime Studies of University of Nigeria here, I handle postgraduates, whereby I have a few one number still, but then I equally handle criminal law for the undergraduates and the administrative law, where I have larger numbers. Okay, good. And there is that psychology in learning and teaching. When your student knows that you know him or you know her, the person, that natural presumption or that natural trigger to be up, alert and looking into your eyes when you are teaching is there. And even goes beyond even knowing their names equally is an advantage. I think one of our director, the level of relationship he has, even with the lecturers, the students,
Professor Rabweze of Institute of Maritime Studies. He's just turned 60 years. He's just celebrated his birthday at that time. He knows every person by name. Likewise, Professor Onyabo, Emmanuel Onyabo, all the students that passes through him, he knows them. And he calls you by name, and that thing brings to your consciousness that you are being watched. So now, having a large class, the burden of making the decorum to be more conducive now relies on you. Here we use a sound system and I walk around in between the students. I walk around in line, meet them, so that every person becomes so conscious that the microphone is coming next to me. So, and I make it more interactive, lively, so that every person gives their own contribution before I give them the position of the law. So in all of this, everything depends on the managerial powers of the lecturer, be it small number, be it large number. The way you conduct your class, that flow of knowledge will still pass through. Even it's so unfortunate that some of our institutions doesn't have a large room to accommodate a large number. Some see a lot of them on windows, peeping to see the lectures. It's not what it ought to be. But then I think a lot of improvement ought to be done there so that every person will be carried along because they paid the same tuition fee. So they ought to enjoy, have the same benefits of their pay.
All right. So you've given a very clear explanation, but this is coming from the lecturer's angle. Now, from your interaction with the students as well, how do you think that they perceive, lecturers, particularly knowing that this person is in charge of your grades, your scores, how your academic performance could possibly turn out and things like that? How do you think that it's also like for them when it comes to relating with you as a lecturer and other lecturers and seeing you as mentors?
Okay, I'll tell you categorically clear that during my undergraduate days, I'm not so close to any lecturer. But then I know my curriculum. I know my course content. If any student knows why he or she is there, attends classes when he or she is supposed to attend classes, studies and writes exam, okay, you don't need to have any kind of unmerited favor or do kind of any sort of thing to have any unmerited favor. But it doesn't stop you from whereby you are having your private learning and get stopped at any point in time to meet with the lecturer. So please, I'll need better clarification on this. Even when I finish my classes, some still follow me to the car. So my car to still get, sir, we talked about this section on abortion, talk about this section, euthanasia. Can you still put more like, I didn't get that? Because all students are not extroverts. Some might even want to ask the question, but their disposition naturally might not allow them to raise their hands in class to ask the question. They prefer, but at each point in time, I'll tell them, why not ask me, you would have asked me this question so that others will benefit from this. Others might be having the same challenge you are having. So that relationship ought to flow. You don't need to make a bridge. I tell them, feel free, because this period is just 4, 5, 3, 4 years. It's just a short period. In their mind, it's a long-term stay. But you say somebody that did matriculation today, tomorrow you say, yes, I'm a final year. It's just a period that you might not revisit again. So feel free, ask your questions. And the more you ask, the more you go for more clarifications, the more you are liberated from the shackles of ignorance. Yeah.
All right, now we're joined by our second guest, Professor Ike Caleb Ezano, who is a senior lecturer at Nnamdi Azikiwe University. If you can hear me, Professor Ezano, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us on the program this morning. Professor Caleb Ezano, can you hear me?
Are you hearing me too? Do you
Right,
hear
I can
me?
hear you. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, we're talking about the relationship between students and lecturers in tertiary institutions in Nigeria, and I'd like to hear your thoughts. What is your assessment so far from what you've seen and experienced? when it comes to students lecturer relationship in universities?
Okay, first of all, I am Professor Caleb Ike Ezano. I'm not a senior lecturer, I am a professor. Senior lecturer is far below. Did you get that? So correct that particular impression. After becoming a senior lecturer, you become an associate professor before you become a professor. Hello? Hello?
I can hear you.
Are
I
you
can hear
hearing
you.
me?
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Now, for me, thank you for this question. I'm happy to make my input. Now, for me, the relationship between students and lecturers in tertiary institutions, to me, it is cordial. But I have to treat this topic under different subtopics. There are factors that influence or affect student-lecturer relationship in tertiary institutions. One is the nature-nurture effect. When I say nature, I mean the inheritable characteristics of the student from their parents. When I say nurture, I mean the environmental influence. Now, for that too, I want to say that the relationship between the male lecturers, female lecturers, and then male lecturers and male students, and vice versa, they operate at different levels. Now, why I said it depends on background. There are students that feel shy, but there are some of them that are introvert. They don't want to go near the lecturer. There are some of them that are extroverts. They want to go near the lecturer to learn things. For me, I always tell my students, call me at any point in time. And wherever you see me, if you have any problem, come and let's solve it. Whether I'm walking on the way or I'm in my house, just give me a shout if you have a problem and we will solve it. I don't need to be in the classroom to solve your problem. That is that. Now, there are also, when I say now, it's not the kind of students we were when we were in higher institution or tertiary institution that we have now. I cannot remember myself visiting a lecturer in his house or even in the office because I trusted myself. But the students we have these days, they don't have that trust in themselves, especially the female folks, or not only the female folks. You find out that students, some of them don't attend classes. Even when they attend, they don't pay attention. I have been teaching for years. I discovered recently that students come to class with their handset, recording what the lecturer is teaching instead of copying notes. For me, when I teach students, I go around, I dictate notes, I copy notes on the board, and I go around and I tell them, I am going around to mark your note to know whether you are copying what I am copying or whether you are copying exactly what I'm dictating. And if not, sometimes I want the student out. I say, I am not here to waste time. I'm here to teach you. And when I'm teaching you, you must copy my notes. I don't give handout to students. I give them notes. I say, I don't have time to prepare handout. And sometimes the disadvantage in giving out handouts to students is that immediately you issue out this handout, you will no longer see them in the classroom. They will vanish. You'll be chasing them around. So what I'm trying to say is that it depends on the background of these students. Are they ready to learn? Majority of the students we have now are business people. They are running one business or the other. Imagine when you have a lecture with student, he will telling you that he is in Port Harcourt, that he has a business he's doing, he's at Onitsha, he has a business he's doing. That means they are not facing their studies squarely. They have other things they are doing, which acts as distraction to them. And of course, parents cause all these things because some parents are not living up to expectation. And again, during exams, especially the female folk, they feel that that thing God gave them that is in between their legs, that they can always use it to bamboozle male lecturers. Let me give you an instance. A student came for clearance, unknown to her that the HOD that was on state when she graduated had been removed and replaced with a female HOD. He came half naked. She came half naked, only to bang the door and open. And to her greatest surprise, it was a female HOD. He was shocked to the core, and the HOD discovered it and asked her, "Why are you behaving like this?" He stammered and within herself. Now the HOD said, "Is it me that you are wearing this thing for? Look at how you dress." The HOD, of course, eventually after counseling her, walked her away. Go and dress properly before you come and see me. So you find out that the crop of students, especially some of the female students, feel that they can always use their powers to entice and seduce male lecturers. In fact, when we were discussing, the HOD told us that he pitied young lecturers. He pitied male lecturers. Seeing what the present crop of women or girls in higher institutions, what they do, how can a typical man that is not stable, that doesn't know himself, how can you withstand such things? Now we have a dressing code in universities. Tell me the extent it is obeyed. Students walk about half naked. What are they looking for? Even in the class.
All right, Professor Zano, if you can hear me, Professor Zano. Now you've
yes.
so far spoken about the students and their misconduct and in regards to their relationship with lecturers. But while we're talking about that as well, you made mention of how some students are scared to come close to the lecturer, and also Dr. Remigius as well mentioned that too. Do you think that it could also be as a result of hostility among some lecturers, because we've also heard of cases of issues around victimization and even hostile lecturers who don't make the environment particularly conducive or easy for students to interact with them? Can you speak on that as well?
Okay, thank you very much. Some of my students came to me, complained about the behavior, the scaring behavior of some of the lecturers, including male and female lecturers. Sometimes I had the chance to interact with some of these lecturers. Yes, there is no gainsaying the fact that some of these lecturers, intimidate and scare students away. Even when the students are coming with genuineness to learn, to get something reasonable from the lecturers. And that is why I said this thing has to do with nature, nurture, the background of some of these lecturers. Sometimes some of them carry, diverted aggression from their homes to the office, to the classroom, and try to vent the anger on students. I cancel that and I say it is wrong. It is wrong. There should be a cordial relationship between the students and the lecturer. No matter the condition, a lecturer should be able to absorb and contain and be in a stable state when he or she is interacting with the students. These students, some of them are innocent. And that is why I normally in the classroom, I tell the students, ask me any question. There is no foolish question. Because Socrates, a Greek philosopher, said, you educate yourself by asking questions. I had one man sometime when I was head of Department of Forestry and Wildlife. The student asked him question. He said, sit down like a fool. I had it and I called him to my office. I gave him warning. You will never do that. He does not know it, and that is why he is asking you. If you don't know that, if you doesn't know that the answer, you should tell the student, I will get back to you later. But some of these lecturers can be scary. And also some of these students also are arrogant. They don't know how to approach lecturers. They can equally ask their questions in a sarcastic and untamed manner that can get the lecturer, dandered up, that can get the lecturer, angered. So what I'm trying to say is that it is the other way. Yes, some lecturers can, due to their temperament, which they cannot control, try, to intimidate the students or talk to them in a sarcastic way. Sometimes also you discover that the students don't, due to their background, they don't have the manner to talk to lecturer. A lecturer may be discussing something or saying something without even raising his hand. I've had occasions where I am discussing with, I'm in the office discussing with a fellow lecturer. A student will just walk in and start talking. Which is not good. But I will not even react that way. I will tell him, please wait, when I finish, you come in. Because he doesn't know, probably because of his background. So I want to say that it's two ways. The mistake may be coming from the student and also sometimes from the lecturers. But what I advise lecturers is always try to be stable from morning till the dismissal. Some lecturers are never stable. And that is why they react the way they react. Some students also, out of ignorance, can anger the lecturer or talk the way the lecturer may not know. Some of them are not disciplined enough. In fact, the couple of students we have these days are not disciplined.
Thank you so much for that. And let's come back to Dr. Remigius. Now, he mentioned something about students and their conduct, the lecturers particularly. He mentioned, the female students, and he also mentioned for the lecturers as well. So I'd like you to speak on that and, what are your thoughts from what you've observed or, any experience or something like that.
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, when you come to students, especially the female students, relationship with the male students, the male lecturers, I will tell you for free that up to 70% are innocent. They meet you with their clean heart. So there is not that presumption to start thinking that this person came around to seduce or this person, unless maybe their physical dressing suggests that, which the duty of care as the lecturer bounds on you to tell the person, go and dress decently, just as the professor said. But then, many of them are below, okay, let me just, from the undergraduates, some of them are below 20, below 18, and in our criminal code, if you're not up to age of maturity, the law sees you as you don't have thinking faculty yet. I get him. You ought to be them. So we don't presume or lure them into thinking that or turning that a good intention towards bad intention. Okay, but then I've not really had an experience of any of them coming close to me in such manner. But then I still see all of them as my children, no matter your height, in as much as I'm teaching you, in as much as you are under my class. So I still have that fiduciary love, that love I have for my siblings, my relatives at home, is what I transfer to them. We interact, we laugh, you feel free to ask me any question whatsoever. But then the duty is still on the lecturers to, at any point in time, you see any of them that is not dressing decently, to call to their attention. Some of them might consciously know what they are doing. But when you are able to look into their eyes and say, please, It might not be easy, but it's a discipline. Are you getting me? Being a man and this most of the time you might be like, oh my God, but then you ought to have been trained to have full control of your emotions. You don't allow all those frivolities to drag your image to the mud. So you have to call them to order at any point in time and redirect them to their focus. Because most of them have good focus leaving their house to the school. But because of peer influences, what they met in school will now shift or derail there. Why are you studying when you can actually get this same thing while meeting this person? You now become an object of ridicule amongst the students. So your integrity as a lecturer at all times ought to be in your consciousness. Because the students, they talk. Students, they know themselves. They do a lot of things they will even try to, let me try this person to see if we can pull him down and get him recorded and all that. So the burden of carrying yourself with utmost dignity and do the business of transferring that learning resides on you. Not minding the remuneration that might not be commensurate to your sacrifice. That's why I always said earlier that lecturing or teaching is more of a vocation than a profession. It's one of the oldest professions that existed. So at any point in time, yes, you are now conscious that attempts, seductions, every kind of thing might come from this area. So you have to build that defense in yourself that I'm going to meet all these things. There might be all these things there. To have to build that wall, in as much as you are shedding off all these things, you don't need to be antagonistic against them.
Okay, what about the other way around? Because apart from the students, seducing lecturers and dressing indecently, we also have situations where it's the lecturers that are, asking for some form of sex for grades or sexual misconduct and things like that. So also these things, like looking at it both ways too, and how it affects relationship.
Yeah, it happens. It happens, which you will see, but it ought not to be. It then means that you don't know the reason why you are employed in this environment. Okay, so if the intention is to mess yourself up with the students, you have derailed from that calling, and you ought to be disciplined. Okay, because teaching, the students see you as mirror. Whatever, even kids, then what my teacher said is what they are going home with. You might be making effort in your home to tell the student, your child, no, but this is what my teacher said, and that is final. So the teachers or the lecturers, whichever category, ought to be seen as the mirror for the students. So at any point in time, the duty of carrying yourself with utmost dignity and respect is there. So what would it benefit you to have 5 minutes or 10 minutes pleasure and end up in years of misery and agony? So most of all these things, they know, they set trap, they set money, they set bets to see if you can fall inside it. Are you getting me? Especially what my senior colleague was saying, the professor, nature-nurture dichotomy. Some of them from their nature, the environment they came from might be like one ghetto, that all of these things now entered inside them before they carried it to school. Then you come to the nurture, how the environment, what they now encountered as they're growing. All those places, you now check the kind of person they intermingle with. Are you getting me? So all of these things form their personality. So you check them, know some of them might be extroverts, and you mistake them to be that they need you, but naturally they have good intention.
You're talking about the student.
The student. But then in the lecturer part of it, which is what the question, the lecturer part of it is the duty of knowing all these things and knowing the implication of any act you are going into is bound on you. That if you venture in any kind of illegality, that you have to answer for it. It's even coded now. It's codified in some of our laws.
But do you think that this could also be the reason why some students are hesitant to approach lecturers? Because possibly they must have heard, you said students talk, they know themselves. Yeah. So there could be a possibility that maybe they have heard, from one person to the other person, and now they are scared of probably asking a question or avoiding being noticed by this lecturer to avoid a situation where such a thing could happen?
Often I tell some of my colleagues, being principled and being strict, there are two different variables. So being principled is not bad, but if it goes over, maybe this is how I do it, this is what students now tend to see it as being strict. Okay, now they do everything to withdraw from this person, but when you still make them leave your hands open, tell them that this is the walls I have, and I'm not being strict or principled to enjoy you or to be harsh or intimidate you or do any kind of bully on you. But these things are how maybe a way to guide you. Is for their benefit. Okay, most often it's just for their benefit. It's not as if when those people they perceive to be so strict, when you go close to them, finally they say, before, sir, if you see how I was seeing you as being as a no-go area. So I'm going to a long of genuflecting, bowing, even all those kind of things. I was privileged to school in Canada and do a lot of things. You call them by their names, they interact with you, they carry you along, you take coffee, and you do all these things. You have informal lectures even before the formal lecture, whereby you discuss all of these things before is displayed on the screen. And after the whole thing again, you have assessment of the lecture. They ask you, do you want it to be repeated? Which areas do you have? Are you having some challenges and all that? We ought to borrow some of those things they do abroad down here.
Do you think it can work? I mean, you mentioned, calling your lecturers by their names, taking coffee with them and things like that. Now, looking at our climate here, do you think that, I could just come and call you, if I'm your student, just come, maybe just good morning.
Yeah, environment equally matters. Down here, we don't play with titles. It's unfortunate that a lot of persons want to be addressed after a long toiling to achieve such a status. So after spending money to have chieftaincy title, they expect you to add that to their name and all that. But then, even if that one is not so visible, but the other allowance is making yourself free with prudence, with reasonable amount of it is still very necessary, so that one, they don't drag you to become object of ridicule, and still you maintain your prestige as the lecturer delivering your lectures,
right,
and the values.
Now let's look at this the digital age. Now we have online classes. Most classes aren't always physical anymore, either Zoom or WhatsApp calls and things like that. Now looking at, you've had like physical lectures where you interact with them physically, and also online where you interact with them virtually. Now I'd like to know, do you see any differences in how this could affect relationship between lecturers and students when it comes to teaching and learning?
Yes, social media, technology, civilization is really a wonderful thing. It's really a wonderful thing. But then this is one of the areas, we had even some discussions on. Some postgraduates, some of them, I told you, were maritime. Some are seafarers that don't have time to come down to classes to have. But then at each point in time, I equally encourage them, make effort to at least to be physically present for once. We'll have that physical interaction. I know you, you know me. Okay, not just you work, you meet with your students anywhere, but without knowing that this is my lecturer, this is my student, and the person goes off. And then that eye contact, direct eye contact between you and the student has some information it passes, that consciousness, because some even online classes, people put their phone on mode, playing with their daughters, with their children and all that, waiting when their names will be called, and they'll rush. The level of attention you have when you have that physical might not be the quality of attention and value they have, or the concentration they have when they are just online. It's just that online helps maybe to reach out a number of persons which ordinary that they might not be physical present if it is compelled for them to be physically present. And the quality of learning, if you don't have the skill to be calling their attention all the time to give you maximum attention, they might lose it. So might just be there so that you take attendance that they are there in the classes. Meanwhile, 50% is what they gave you out of 100% of your attention. That's one of the challenges we face.
All right. So now let's go over to Professor Ezano. Are you still with us, Prof?
I am here.
Right.
Hello,
now,
I'm with you.
When you were speaking, you spoke so much about, misconduct, particularly among students and female students, and the issues around seduction and whatnot. So I want to ask you about, disciplinary measures and things that can be put in place to checkmate these things so that it does not affect student-lecturer relationship. And I'm not just talking about disciplinary measures for just the students who engage in such acts, but I'm also talking about disciplinary measures also for the lecturers so that it does not affect relationship, vice versa.
Well, for the lecturer who attempts or tries, the penalty is termination of appointment. So if he doesn't love his work or his job, let him try it. The people that tried it, they know where they are. So that is why I tell them, immediately you are employed, especially those under me, I will warn them and advise them. Be careful of some of these students. Just as Dr. Dike said, some of these students, you think they are young, you think they are small. They are small, but they know everything. They can criminalize as far as man-woman relationship is concerned. And then again, for the students themselves, you see, teaching, just as he said, teaching is a career. For instance, I'm a father. I will normally talk to students as a father. Sometimes I combine it with preaching to tell you that this thing you are doing is wrong. So if I see a female student misbehaving or not, going the correct way, I will use the word of God to direct you and tell you that this is wrong, and this is the repercussion, and this is the consequences that may come out of this, so that you have to align yourself with the rule. Although we have dressing code and disciplinary measures following them, but the question is, to what extent? To what extent are these things being followed? But they have this disciplinary measure attached to each of them. So students can equally be rusticated if they are found offending, to the law. For the lecturers, some of them, of course, when you come, you'll be told all these things. So that is that. And for, like my friend said, them, when you are teaching has to do, we have to talk about effectiveness and efficiency. Effectiveness and efficiency. Effectiveness is more important than efficiency. The thing is, are the students you are teaching, are they grasping? How many of them are learning or are transmitting learning into practice? How many of them are transferring learning? How many of them are able to reproduce that which you have taught them? How many of them are distracted, probably because of your mannerism, or the way you teach, or the way you talk? For the teacher, that is why it is important that the teacher must know the teaching method and have the teaching method at his or her fingertips, and at any point in time must know how to combine different teaching methods to impact and to deliver his lecture. Just as you said, it's not, for me, online lecture is good, but I think it should be used for higher learning, like for postgraduates. Sometimes when postgraduate students visit me, I have snacks in my fridge. I have some water. I normally bring so that the person will come down. I regard them as my colleagues. And for the undergraduate students, I regard them as my children. That is what lecturers should be. Regard these people as your children. If they're erring, you correct them with love. You bring them back on the right course, not rebuking them, not scaring them away. So that is what I have to say in that area. Hello?
Right. So now I would also like you to speak on, when you receive gifts or flattery from students as well. Now, I want us to move away from the sexual misconduct because we've spoken about that. But I also want to know how lecturers perceive receiving gifts or students, buying things for them, giving them gifts. Do you see it as some form of influence, to influence probably your decisions as a lecturer regarding possibly their marks or things like that? And also the other way around, to lecturers giving gifts to their students. What would you say about that dynamic in universities?
You see, we have gratification and bribery. I don't favor that idea. Students giving gifts to their lecturer because they use it to influence lecturers. So to me and for me, it is wrong. It is wrong. If you have done your job, okay, that student who is giving you that gift, from where did he get the money?
Professor Ezano, are you still with us? Can you hear me?
Can my own daughter or my own son do that type of thing? Have I given him that money to do that type of thing? Are you getting what I'm saying? So, either way, sometimes these things may be demanded, sometimes by lecturers. Sometimes the student can just use it to entice you, to influence you. But on the whole, I want to say it is wrong. If I were past you, look, let me tell you, when I set exam, we have what is known as marking scheme. I follow my marking guide. When I was marking WAEC and NECO, we were told that you mark to the advantage of the student. The student is helpless. So why treating the student just mark to his advantage? Try to make sure the students pass without any influence. If you are reading and you cannot see that thing clearly, why not award that mark to the student? You don't have to wait until you receive anything from students. In teaching, you find out what I sabo, what I agree, what I know is that this well-being that students are calling you good name is more important than any other thing. That when students see you, the moment that this man is wicked. But when you enjoy that well-being, students mention you, they call you good names, they say you are this because, they pass your course without gratification, without bribery, without giving you anything. So I want to say, for lecturers, we should not accept these things from students. It should not form the basis for treating them good, for favoring them. Ordinarily, when you set the exam, you have continuous assessment. For instance, in my own university, it's 30%. You take home. I will advise you. Even sometimes when the students, when they fail to do it very well, I will say, this thing will not give you enough mark. Go and repeat it and bring it back to me. And for exam, because I have prepared my marking scheme, I mark according to it. My aim is not, I have, as a lecturer, I've come to build. I've not come to pull down. I have come to make sure that students graduate and be happy without any form of molestation, without any form of gratification, without any form of bribery. And you find out that when you do that, you have your peace of mind. That you hear the students have a short lecturer, did this. It's some of these things. Because they're helpless. They can go any way to get this money, just to give you. And some of them, when they give it, they cost the money. You don't know how, they don't have good mind. And you accept it. And you bear the consequences and the repercussions coming from this gift. These gifts, they have their own attachments. These students are not working, they're students. Ask yourself, from where did they get this money? From where did they get this gift? You see it? So that is my own take. There is another thing also I want to say about lecturer. I had my daughter who was a student then. Do you know that one of the female lecturers will always, because the female lecturer knows me, he will always come to class and stand my daughter up and start asking her sarcastic questions. Even when my daughter gets the question, he will say, do you think you will be like your father? It's not supposed. It's not supposed. We lecturers should know how to conduct themselves and know how to run their mouth against students. I am sure today that lecturer, he cannot stand shoulder to shoulder with my daughter, because she's almost an assistant bank manager, and the take home of the lecturer cannot be compared with her own. Let us know that these students, they are leaders of tomorrow. Some of them can become commissioner wife, some of them can become governor's wife, some of them can become minister. It's not because that they are students today does not mean that they will not be big tomorrow. This is what you have to be in mind. And some of these students can actually fix you. They can make you. They can throw you into fame. They can send you overseas. They can favor you. They can make you win contracts. You see?
All right,
So
Professor
they can make you
Ezano.
favor.
Now, back to you, Dr. Remigius. Now, look so far what we've discussed on this topic. Would you say that the lecturer-student relationship in Nigerian universities, they are broken fundamentally, or there seems to be some sort of crack, when it comes to the synergy and the relationship? Or would you say it's just, poorly regulated, or, like what would you say exactly about that?
Okay, thank you very much. I can't say it is broken. It is not. Because there are still standards in some of our Nigerian universities. But the only thing, that constant bringing it to consciousness of lecturers ought not to be related upon. It's an ongoing activity, that seminars that's supposed to be at all points in time brought to their consciousness, so that that relationship will be strengthened, okay, and bring to what it ought to be. Shave off the influences of the modern day technologies, influences crippling into the academics. Because academics is such a sacred institution that it gave birth to all other professions you can think of. They all started from the universities, or the polytechnics, or the colleges of education. So it has not broken down to the best of my knowledge, but then a lot of checks has to still come in. Just like what our professor was saying, some of our universities, to talk of University of Nigeria, to check some of these things, a course can comprise about 3 or 4 lecturers, so that no person can solely pass somebody, and so no person can solely fail somebody. I get him. So it's like maybe they have 6 courses. Each of the lecturers will set one or 4 courses, 4 topic questions. Each of the lecturers will set one, so that one person, even if one person is your uncle and gives you A, the second person will see when the script gets to him, if this A is merited to be given to this person. And then that means you have to influence all of them to pass you. So it works like a check towards your grade. So there are still some value. Okay, so but all we need to do is still to ward off some of these anomalies crippling in the academic sector. It has not broken down. I don't believe that, but people are still making efforts to make it work.
So what would you suggest could better improve the relationship between students and lecturers currently?
Okay, this sensitization I just talked about, constant seminar sensitization is one. Okay, and then close monitoring by the deans, HODs. Have constant review from students. Okay, likewise students to lecturers. ought to be encouraged to know who and who is not measuring up in this area. You can call the teacher, sit the person down, have private interaction, constructively correct the person, not destructive. You criticize constructively, you criticize destructively. But then when you bring it to the consciousness of the person constructively, that these areas, some students would be liking to do this. I wish you can introduce this to your class. It can help and lighten up the class. And some of those areas you think that is bringing up this breakdown, if you can have one-on-one, I believe that some will take correction and make some amends.
All right, so let me ask Professor Zano what he thinks as well. Professor Zano, if you're still with us. All right, it's quite unfortunate. It seems that we've lost him. But thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Remigius DK, this morning to discuss this particular conversation. I hope to see, a better relationship between, because I know we've all been students, so we understand how it goes with lecturers. But thank you so much for joining us this morning.
The pleasure is mine.
Yeah, so we just spoke to Dr. Remigius DK and Professor Ike Caleb Ezano talking on the relationship between students and lecturers of tertiary institutions in Nigeria. Thank you so much for joining us this morning and for being a part of our program. With that, we've come to the end of Signature Morning from our ENUGU studios. So make sure to stay tuned as we'll be connecting to our Abuja studios for the continuation of Signature Morning. As always, I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You are welcome. My name is Umar Bozenjok, and we are beginning the year with issues in Nigeria's pump pricing of petrol across the country. Now, it's important for me to take you back a little bit. On November 29, 2023, when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was being inaugurated as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the very first statement of promise he made, can I quote him? Subsidy is gone. By that presidential pronouncement, the president changed the dynamics in our oil industry calculations. Let me not go any further. I'm not competent really. I just raise these issues and allow those who know to help me this morning. Issues in Nigeria's pump pricing of petrol. That is the topic of our conversation this morning. I'm a guest, Madaki Ame. Now, I will introduce Madaki Ame really as a public interest defender. That is what he is, a lawyer, public interest defender. But he is brewed, baked, buttered, and sandwiched in the oil industry. So he knows the game. He knows how it operates. That's what brought him here. And that's what has brought him where he is within the Nigerian public sector, or within Nigerian public view. Madaki, you are welcome to the first edition of Signature Morning from Abuja this 2026.
Always a pleasure, let me tell you.
Madaki, you see, I'm raising an issue of concern to me even as an ordinary citizen. The controversies, the conversation going on in the pump pricing of petrol in the country. And as I said in my introduction, I want us to start this conversation right from 29th of May 2023, when the president said, I have removed subsidy. Subsidy is gone. Madaki, think about that statement. It was weighty for the oil industry. Do you think that statement was well thought out? Was it roundedly thought out before the president made that pronouncement?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chief Njoku. It's always a pleasure to be here, and one of the reasons why I've never declined your invitation to be on your program is because, I don't know how you do it, but you bring a lot of fervor, a lot of intellectualism into the conversation, and unless the person interviewing you is actually really good and sound in the topic, and he has done some research, if the questions are peripheral, the answers will also necessarily be peripheral. You get the point. So, that said, I think that statement, subsidy is gone, was a totally irresponsible statement, by the president. And I say this without any form of fear of contradiction, and I do not say this lightly, because government policy as I know it, in a structured country, should not just be made, by official declaration, just because somebody feels he has just acquired power and then he can inflict pain, on the people. That singular statement, subsidy is gone, took the pump price of petrol from 190 naira, I think that it was that morning, and I even bought at 190 naira. But as soon as the speech was made and it said subsidy is gone, the pump price adjusted itself to about 680 naira or whatever it was at that time. And you can just imagine the jump. You can imagine the pain. Every country exists to serve the interests of the people and not to cause them pain. But if the president comes and says, well, I'll take bold decisions, it's good for a president to take bold decisions, but if those bold decisions are taken without having thought through the consequences for the people and without having a clear knowledge of the end from the beginning, and you say, well, let's model through. After all, for too many decades, we have been talking about subsidy. I am that president that will take the decision to remove it. And you are plucking it out like a dentist who will pluck out somebody's tooth without any form of anesthetic or sedating the person. Just imagine you are removing all the incisors of a human being and you say you are just doing it because you are a bold dentist. I think you are just almost a demon. You get the point? And look at the pain, look at the impoverishment of Nigerians, ever since ENUGU became president. Whatever experimentation his economic team, I don't even know whether he has an economic team anymore, came on board with, has not translated to any result that anybody can monitor. Today they say they have met their revenue target and exceeded it. The very next day they are borrowing money for frivolous things that nobody sees the impact on the economy. Money that will still be paid from this same helpless, low income earning economy.
I must make a case here for the Minister of Finance and Coordinator of National Economy. As politicians say that they have met their revenue target and exceeded it, that minister has been consistent in his saying the figures don't add up. That the figures don't add up. And if the figures don't add up, it then means that the figures being bandied by politicians are just for political impression. Let us impress the public. But the economic minders are giving us the facts that in fact is not all rosy. And that is why they want to bring in more people into the tax net, just to make the case for the minister.
Yeah, I hear you, but thank God you're not the minister's spokesman.
No, I'm not.
And then what you have just said is even a manifestation of a much deeper problem in the Nigerian economy. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy cannot be saying one thing, and then the President, who is supposed to be taking economic advice from the Minister, will be saying another thing in order to look nice for the optics. You get the point? That then confirms the feeling that most Nigerians have that this is a lie government.
No, let's leave let's go back to the oil.
Let's make this point. Because if the Minister of the Economy, who is coordinating the entire economy, who is more like Minister, extraordinary and plenipotentiary, as far as the economy is concerned, and is supposed to coordinate activities that will lead to the progress of this economy, says we are not meeting revenue target too. In fact, that's why we are borrowing. And then the president goes in another vein and says, we have exceeded our revenue targets. Money is not our problem. It is how to spend it. It means that you have an Idi Amin situation where the central bank governor said, man, if you print more money, this thing will become like tissue paper. And the man says, okay, like Uganda money is tissue paper, take him away and do to him what they do to tissue paper. You get the point? See, I really don't know what we are doing. So when economists come to on this your program and other programs on channels and whatever, and they're talking, I feel sorry for them because I'm not an economist, I'm a lawyer, but over time I think I see myself now more of a petroleum economist. You get the point in a way, because economy is actually common sense. If people who are the managers of the economy have refused to apply common sense, to the management of Naira and Kobo, as it affects you and I, and they are doing it with impunity. They are also doing it without listening to any form of advice or professional advice, and then they just do it with impunity and they don't care what the outcomes are. Then we are doomed as a country. And quite frankly, you and I, thank God you've been around much longer than myself. I don't believe your age, but the truth is because I think there is some part of your DNA that you must share with us. But the truth of the matter is that because you have seen so much more in terms of life than myself, that means you have actually witnessed this frustration much longer than myself. I'm astounded every time I listen to government officials. Where do they, what drives them? How can they run a country like this? You get the point. Even if you run your nuclear family the way Nigeria is run, the Nigerian economy is run, you will run that nuclear family aground. You get the point. And nobody wants to see his children starving.
Okay, let us begin to look at why we made this issue a matter for conversation this morning. Now, before I get into what Dangote have been saying about pricing of petrol in Nigerian oil sector, let me draw attention to provisions being made in the budget. Pronouncements being made by the National Assembly. One, the president says the subsidy is gone. Regulatory agencies, NNPC, are all talking about under recovery. And in the budget and in the statements being made for the National Assembly, provisions are being made to cover the under recovery. Please help me, because I'm coming from point of ignorance. What is the fundamental difference between under recovery and subsidy? Is one a euphemism for the other?
Yes.
Under recovery and then subsidy.
Well, the first time I heard the term under recovery was when Diani was the Minister of Petroleum.
Yes.
You know. And I think that was a very ingenious coinage in order to avoid using the bad word subsidy, because they realized that the Nigerian public had already become tired of hearing the word subsidy. So they had to find a new name, you know, to call the bad dog, you know, before they hang it. So they now call it under recovery. But they all refer to the same thing, you know, just the clever by half acronym, you know, or coinage, you know, for subsidy. But subsidy in itself is not a death sentence. It's actually not a wrong thing. Since 2012, you know, when Nigerians had the first subsidy strike, you know, the drama that led to Lawan going to prison, being pardoned by this government, you know, and all of that. You know, the dollars that were hidden under a cap, you know, and all of that. You know, probably one of the darkest, one of the many dark moments, you know, in this economy, in this country. You know, where we now are totally numb, you know, to scandals. You get the point. But then it was actually a serious scandal. And Nigerians went to the streets. You know, I think Jonathan was the president at the time.
Yes, he was.
You know, in 2012. You know, that was when I started making public appearances on television
on this
to discuss this. You know, and over time, I want to, without due regard to modesty, say that I've developed expertise in this area. I've studied everything that can be studied. And because I also think very clearly, I've thought through this very clearly. You get the point? And I've discovered that, you know, what Nigerians have been paying for, and the government has been arrogantly calling subsidy, has actually been inefficiency. The government's inability to manage the economics around a liter of petrol, or a liter of diesel, or a liter of kerosene, or for that matter, 4 liters of lube oils, because they all come from the same process, or even the cooking gas, you know, which also is a byproduct, you know, the LPG, which is a byproduct of the petroleum refining process. You get the point. So, you know, what Nigerians have grown under, you know, since oil was discovered, and since the military regime came, you know, and introduced the subsidy as a palliative, I think in 1973 or something.
An equalizer.
And they set up the Petroleum Equalization Fund, which should never have been set up in the first place. Because you are not equalizing the price of Gary, or you are not equalizing the price of basic products that are necessary for human life, like pharmaceuticals, you know, or you are not equalizing the price of education for children. And you come and you say you want to equalize the price of petrol, so that petrol can be sold in Maiduguri, you know, at the same price as it's sold in Port Harcourt, where there are 2 refineries, or, you know, in a place like Lagos, where they have several petroleum depots, you know, and the product is there. I don't see the economics that, you know, that
warranted that
informed that Petroleum Equalization Fund, you know, in the first place. And to think that billions and billions of dollars was sunk into this funny process of trying to keep prices the same throughout the country. And then, you know,
well, that was what that removal of subsidy was supposed to also address that issue.
Yes, but now
We are 2 years plus into the so-called subsidy is gone. If we ask Tinubu a question today and say, "Oga, please, this is not about politics. It's about you carrying out a half-term review of yourself and being honest to Nigerians. Your statement of subsidy is gone. What has been the positive financial impact on?"
Yeah, and that is exactly the question many Nigerians are asking. Removal of subsidy was supposed to have saved billions, if not trillions.
Trillions, actually.
Now, under recovery is costing the country money. Price of petrol is still high. Are we not suffering triple jeopardy? We talk about double jeopardy. Is the country not suffering triple jeopardy?
If not a quadruple whammy. It is, the problem is that because the lives of government officials are 100% subsidized. So when they are complaining that the economy is not making enough money, what they're actually saying is that we don't have, how much of your money we are spending on frivolities, is not increasing. So even though we want to enjoy more, we are unable to enjoy more because the revenue that's available for us to spend as we please is depleting because we are not, bringing enough into the till. You get the point? That's the truth. And I say this pointedly because, I've lived in this world now for 59 years. This is going to be my 60th year on earth. I can't remember anything that the government of this country has ever done for me. Nothing. And that's the truth. You get the point? My education was purely through the effort of my parents, who were poor civil servants. My father was was a normal civil servant who didn't collect a dime as bribe throughout his 96 years that he lived on earth, And, but he ate out a living and brought all 17 of us that he sired into this world, all the way to university level. So I grew up knowing that my father had nothing. He gave of himself completely. I've never seen anybody make that level of sacrifice, for his children. You get the point? Same for my mother, who didn't go to formal education but was very wise and was doing her petty trading in the supermarket, selling grains all her life until she died 3 years ago. But you see the pain on the faces of Nigerians, and they live their lives from day to day without the existence of a government. You get the point? And I say this with pain in my heart because I know that governments elsewhere exist to be able to make life livable.
Now let us borrow from Dangote because I'm coming to the crux of this conversation. Dangote is giving out figures. He's raised two fundamental issues in the past 2 months. First, he told Nigerians that gantry price of petrol in Dangote refinery is about 693 naira per liter. The gantry price. In other words, the tanks that come in to take petrol to go and distribute, they buy at 693 naira per liter. But that what actually Dangote refinery sells that petrol is about 391 or 93 naira. The additional 300 naira on top of what he would have sold ordinarily goes to the regulatory agencies, goes to the unions. In other words, when the president said he had removed subsidy and petrol sold at over 1,000 naira per liter pump price has gone down now to 890 or 890 or 840, 820, at least in Abuja.
NNPC 815.
Thank you. And Dangote is telling Nigerians that what he sells is 693, but what actually Dangote takes for his 1 liter of petrol is 393. that the additional 300 naira burden is not determined by market forces. It's determined by the demands of regulatory agencies to collect money for not being part of the production process or selling process, and the unions. What does this amount to? Because what Dangote said is known to the government. Mark this, my last words. What Dangote said is known to the government. In other words, the government knows that a 300 naira per litre burden is placed on Nigerians in order to service a regulatory agency that doesn't add to production. Unions do not add value. What ought to be the government's handling of this kind of situation?
Honestly, I don't know. You know, your question will just, make one to just run away from this country. But the truth of the matter again, Chief Njoko.
Well, I didn't want to give you the statistics. I didn't make up the facts.
Exactly. Dangote, I think, is one of the most patriotic Nigerians ever to be alive. And I make this point not oblivious of the fact that I have always been a very strong critic of Dangote because I had this notion that he's a monopolist, and all he wants to do is make money. If Dangote wanted to make money from the petroleum industry, which is actually a late entrant into, he has always been a commodities person, sugar, I remember
cement,
water even, he had his own brand of water in those days, all sorts of things, semolina, anything, salt, there's nothing Dangote does not sell. And he still sells them and makes money out of those things. But a few years ago, he comes and says, I want to set up a refinery. Many people thought he was crazy. Because then, the feeling in the oil and gas industry was that, which I think is totally misplaced, was that fossil fuels were destroying the environment and that they needed to be phased out anyway. So you do solar, you do biomass, you do other things, but in fact, you even convert sugarcane to some kind of fuel.
That was the story.
Convert sugarcane or grass or whatever food that people are supposed to eat. You now convert it to fuel so that people can starve. You know what I mean? Now to make the environment greener. For God's sake, this doesn't make any sense. For another 50 to 100 years, oil is here with us, and oil is going nowhere. In terms of the mix. That said, we go back to pricing. Dangote's revelation, that 300 naira at least in a pump price, between 693 naira, and the 393 naira that he gets, that comes to his organization, out of which he pays salaries, he pays for crude, he pays tax, he pays the the loans that he took at the exorbitant rates, to build this massive refinery, which all that he gets, for all of this humongous, near out of this world infrastructure to deliver petrol and diesel and kerosene at our pumps is 393 naira. But that same product is sold at 820, 840, 815, whatever price they want to pay now. Nigerians have become numb. Before, 2 naira, 3 naira increase in the pump price could lead to a major national conflagration because the unions were leading the country in the wrong direction. They were whipping up some sentiment and saying, no, it must not be 700. No, then it was even in small figures like 50 naira. If they wanted to increase pump price from 50 naira to 55 naira or 53 naira, they will strike and grind the whole country down. Why are they not striking now? It's not even worse right now. You get the point. But Nigerians have been led by the nose for many years by people who are either ignorant and deliberately so, or genuinely actually ignorant because they don't know. This country is run by ignorant people. That's the truth. In a good country, they should line people up and shoot them, like the Chinese do. You get the point. There was a time somebody said that when the subsidy regime was on, that they were making so much money that he was tired of making money. I hope you read something about a certain person who have a name, who said that there was so much free money, and you and I were here, almost dying of hunger, eking out an existence to pay children's school fees. You get the point? So what we are saying is this: we've been claiming to have ministers of petroleum, but most of them, I think all of them actually, they didn't know their left from their right. You get the point? They didn't know what they were ministering in that petroleum industry. That's the truth. We've always had, round pegs in square holes. And then they go on television, they tell all the stories around how much they know. The media, of course, you people.
I'm talking with you from point of ignorance. I'm not an industrial.
What I'm saying is that the media pumps up their profile. They polish their CV, and then once the CV goes, this is the best man for this industry, blah, blah, blah. Whoever, package the person for the job, packages him, and then he comes pretending to know what he's doing, reads out stupid policies that cause more pain to the people when a country is paying an arbitrage of 300 naira for every 1 liter of petrol sold by the refinery at 693 naira. 300 naira of that is wastage on unions or regulators who regulate nothing, on all manner of things that don't add value to this economy. And we're talking. And why I'm actually very gratified about this information which you have put across is that since 2012, since this argument about subsidy or no subsidy, I have always maintained the fact that subsidy as we know it is a self-inflicted injury. We are just like a man carrying a cutlass and cutting his own leg off, and then he's complaining that there's a pain. We inflicted this injury on ourselves. Because even if the government wants to subsidize, and I've been saying this thing a long time ago, before ENUGU government came, I wrote an article and I said, even as you are coming, we can sell petrol at 300 naira per liter and we will not pay a dime.
I'm ready to pass this conversation.
I subsidy to anybody. And nobody took me seriously. I've been saying this thing since 2012. If a child born in 2012 will almost be getting ready to go to the husband's house as a female. You get the point? But this is a country of the deaf. The government is all-knowing, so no matter what you say, nobody is interested in what you have to say. It is who is saying it that matters. You get the point? How well the person has been packaged. Otherwise, whatever is there, what does he know? And that's the end. If we don't run a country based on knowledge, and we're running countries, you are running an entire people, 230 million people, based on the ignorance of their president and the people he chooses to be his aides, then honestly it is shameful. And it's actually an existential threat, to the future of this country.
Now, before we dwell on that threat, there is a second issue that Dangote has raised. He's raising the alarm that the current spiral in the pump price of petrol may hit 1,400 naira per liter unless something is done. And he is recommending what ought to be done. He's attributing it to the continued importation of petrol in a currency regime that is being devalued. Secondly, he's pegging it on the very limited capacity of local refiners. And he says it is a contradiction that Nigeria produces crude, has refineries, has given license for modular refineries, wouldn't help those refineries to operate, and chooses to import petrol. That what kind of regulatory authority will claim patriotism, national development with this kind of self-defeating policy? And therefore he says, for the price to come down and stabilize, please increase local refining capacity. And there are many modular refinery licenses. Help them operate. People have always accused Dangote of being a monopoly or thinking monopoly. But to me, this argument doesn't sound monopolistic.
Not at all.
And then he says, naturally, the price of petrol, of petroleum products, will come down. But the way it is, where the regulatory agencies are interested in giving licenses for importation, they are themselves killing the national economy. Do you think Dangote is fighting the international oil cartel by this argument for his own survival? Or is he being really patriotic and being a reasonable player in the national economy?
Again, you should be a professor. You know why you're not lecturing in the university? Because, you know, if you were a teacher, you know, students would really be afraid of you. The reason is that, you know, nobody will have an answer to your questions. But again, I go back to, you know, let me cut off the comedy. You know, I'm actually a part-time comedian. You know, I tell my children that if I were not lawyer, I'd be a comedian. And I think I would have made more money from comedy than
we're talking national challenges now.
There's nobody pays money for being a lawyer, but that's a story for another day. Now, I think that the country should do away with the National Merit Award, you know, and then all these meaningless, you know, Grand Commander of this, Grand Commander of that. You get the point. Let's set up a National Genius Award. You get the point. And when we set up a National Genius Award, the first candidate, the first awardee of the National Genius Award should be Alhaji Aliko Dangote. Because not only is he patriotic, he is thoroughly patriotic. You get the point. Now I can, you know, I said this without any, I've been on global television before to call him a monopolist. And one of the programs are there. And I had good reason to say so. You know, when he was complaining about about the importation of substandard petroleum products when his refinery was just coming on board. And I was saying it at the time that, why would he say that when we have a regulator that's supposed to be checking standards? We now know that regulator was paying outrageous amounts of money in school fees for his, you know, with his tail in between his legs. When this amount would they get if the money is small? So if the money is small, you know, you will not get them interested in the case. And that's the truth. And I can look the chairman of EFCC in the face and tell him that this is the feedback that the market has for you. You get the point. Now, still for another day. So the National Genius Award is all we need. And I don't think we need to award more than 5 of them in a year. So we clearly identify those whose genius has helped this country or had the potential of helping this country to move to the next level. Dangote has single-handedly contributed more, you know, to the growth of this economy in all ramifications than anybody alive or dead. You get the point? So Dangote should be seen as an enigma, as a, you know, as some object to be studied. You get the point? Because it takes more than somebody who wants to make money, you know, for himself and all of that to be a Dangote. You get the point? All the other people are rent-seeking, you know, profiteers who just want to create avenues to make money. But quite frankly, if Dangote wanted to make money, you know, what he should be doing is to struggle to increase his market share from his humble 393 naira and inch closer to the market price that at the gantry. He can insist that the entire gantry price should come to him because after all, he's the one that owns the refinery. But he's saying that, you know, he's declaring to the world that this gantry price I'm charging is not even my money. Well. I'm helping the unions to collect their money. I'm helping the regulators to collect money to go and spend on their children's school fees abroad. I'm helping. So there's no, you know, Nigeria is not being run based on any understandable economic model. You know, Nigeria is being run as a moving crime scene as far as I'm concerned. I want to be as harsh as I can be, you know, on this program. You get the point? Without caring what it is, because I have free speech. You know, we are in a country that's supposedly run by free speech, and we need to be able to talk, you know, and say the things that are wrong. Every single thing is wrong with this economy. You get the point? And the way the economy is managed. But nobody seems to care. And you know, there's no consequence for foolishness and then for running this country aground. The other day, the president came and forgave the trillions of debts that NNPC said they were owing. He said, yes, just don't worry, don't pay it. Who does that? Shouldn't there be an investigation to say where did that debt come from? Because recently NNPC has been cooking their books and declaring that they are making a profit. So how can an organization that's supposed to be a commercial organization that has been pretending, you know, and cooking books and telling the whole world that they are making profit, suddenly come and say we have made so much losses, and the president with the stroke of his left hand says, I forgive you the debts, without wanting to find out how those debts arose? How do we make progress as a country if we sweep
inefficiency,
or
doubtful performance.
Exactly, clearly, brazenly. And every year we budget in trillions, and then a huge percentage of that trillion goes into servicing dubious debts. And at the end of the day, you say you are running an economy, they should be ashamed of themselves. Quite frankly, I don't listen to the national budget anymore.
Okay.
Before, they used to bring me, and other people to come and analyze national budget. This is how much they say they're going to spend on education. This is how much I say, but I'm no longer interested. They will invite me, I used to do that on a number of the channels TV, this and that. I don't go. You invite me, I say I'm not coming. It's a waste of my time. I would like, nobody pays us, pays anybody for being on television and saying anything. If I give advice, at least, if you will implement even a modicum of it so that you can improve something, then it makes sense. But if you are shouting at the dead wall, you know what I mean? And then nobody cares. Then I'll keep coming to come and talk. There are times, Chimjoku, you have actually asked me to come, and I say I'm doing a media blanket. I'm not coming. And I will not come. But it's out of respect for you. And this your program is probably the only one I now still show up in.
Let me take us to solutions. Because one thing they accuse the media of is that we raise issues, we criticize policies, and we don't even try to get from our guests, the experts, what ought to be done. I'm going to raise two issues that require making suggestions to the president. The first is, Dangote has spoken about the figures, and the president, if he did not know, now knows that Nigerians could have gotten petrol at a much lower price if regulatory authorities had been decent. So what Nigerians are paying for is to sustain an agency whose function is to regulate. We are paying them. And those agencies are budgeted for in the budget every year. What will you tell the president in that regard?
Well, my first advice will be for the president to, for once, appoint a competent person to be the Minister of Petroleum. You get the point? Right now, honestly, it's a mess. The politician after politician who know next to nothing about the industry are put in charge. So even when they are running rings around them, they do not know. You get the point? And the oil and gas industry is so central to this economy that you cannot afford to run it on the basis of politics and mediocrity. The president has no business being the Minister of Petroleum, substantive Minister of Petroleum. And then every year in, year out, there is the culture of, appointing the Minister of State for Petroleum, Minister of State for Gas, because they say the ministry is too important, the president should take charge. The president is totally incompetent as far as the oil industry is concerned. He claims to have worked in, Mobile and all that, but I don't know the quality of work that he did there.
But the president is an accountant.
Yeah, but an accountant, is not necessarily a petroleum economist. He's not necessarily knowledgeable even, because the knowledge that Dangote is using to tell us these figures that are shocking, you know what I mean? It's not the knowledge that he gained in the university for what he studied. You get the point. Accountants count other people's money. When my son was going to the university, the mother filled jam form with him, and they said he should go and study accounting. When they gave him admission, he was supposed to enroll in a Veritas University. I said, sorry, you can't go and study accounting. Rather than count other people's money, I'll prefer for you to study entrepreneurship. So he went and I could change it, and he went and studied entrepreneurship, and he's doing great. He's now in Malta studying for a master's degree, in digital marketing, ways that will empower him to become a rich man, and to employ accountants to count his money. Instead of him to be, that clever accountant what are you calculating figures for? If you tell me 2 plus 2, I may not know the answer, but if you say 2 naira plus 2 naira, I know it's 4 naira. You get the point? So just put a currency figure in front of the figure and I will know it straight. The only subject I never passed in school, I came first in. Every single time I write exams, I come first. The only subject I had an F9 in proudly. And I can put that certificate on my face like they gave certificate of dismissal to some people from political parties recently. I can put that certificate on my face and with pride that I did not pass mathematics. I couldn't understand the way the figures. What is algebra? What is find X? X is on the paper, and you're telling me to find it. It is there. If all When the people who have been finding X, what is they do with it?
But they found it in
do some funny calculation and if you see X that has been on the paper since morning, you are finding it. And then you have found it and you feel satisfied that you have found it. Okay, you find it now. Let's see how that translates to the cost of Gary.
So
let's advise the president, let competent people run this economy. And there are many of them.
And run
there are many people who are so competent, they know this industry like the back of their hands, but they will never be put in charge. Do something about this. You get the point.
Okay.
If your interest is actually in running this economy and improving the way this country, you don't have any business borrowing a dime from any source. So when they are doing deficit budgeting, I just don't understand. There's so much money to be made from this economy. And the first thing to do is to stop selling crude oil. For every barrel of crude oil you sell, you are shortchanging this country heavily. Because if the people who are buying your crude for cheap are not making money from the refining process, why would they buy it? Do you understand? So I say, crude oil producing country, we must stop selling crude to the international market. We must add value. It is that value that Dangote is adding by setting up the biggest oil refinery in the world, here in this country. Nobody thought it was possible. It's the single biggest
single
stream petroleum refining in the world, and he wants to increase capacity. So if the business of refining were not profitable, why would all more than 100 refineries in the US? You get the point. The US, you may not know this, but the US produces more crude oil than any other country in the world, including Saudi Arabia. Yeah. Everybody hears about Saudi Arabia's crude, but the US produces and still buys. They buy because crude is cheap, and when they know that when they add value, they will make so many times more. Those who sell crude are the ones who quickly want money, in whatever currency, and then they just go and then slush it away.
So please get the right people to run the sector
who know about the industry to run selling crude oil.
Now,
then the issue was never subsidy, but what was being subsidized.
Now, I'm coming to that because I said I was going to raise the creed, because in my last conversation with you on this matter, you said to me then under Buhari that you had a model that could bring down the pump price of petrol to 300 naira then without any talk of subsidy or no subsidy.
No, interestingly, it couldn't have been 300 naira because under Buhari, petrol never went.
It was 194. It was 194, yes, I think so.
So that model, which I developed in 2012, would actually have brought petrol prices to a small fraction of what it was then and what it has now. Snowballed.
Now, why I'm raising that matter now? Because that's another critical issue I want you to address. We are buying petrol at 8.15, 8.20, 8.40. Dangote says, remove 300 naira being given away. It will count about 393.
That's 400.
Call it 400. The people will truck their whatever and add their transportation costs. Let's give them under 100 naira per liter to cover their costs. It may come to 500. Is it possible for Nigeria to sell petrol under any method, under any model, for less than 500, 600 naira per liter?
Completely.
Tell me how.
By looking at two things. First of all, we have no business buying crude oil for refining locally at the international price of crude. We've been doing this for years. And the example again is not rocket science. I produce yams. I want to give food to my children. And then I say, because 1 tuber of yam is $10 in the US, then I must index the cost of the value of the food I give my children against $10, which is the amount that somebody who doesn't produce yams is prepared to pay for the same yams. You get the point? It doesn't make sense. If we price our crude oil for refining And if we refine everything that we produce actually, then there will be no need for saying you want to earn foreign exchange and all of that. It's a joke.
Yeah, but the government will say that.
No, but the government doesn't need to earn any foreign exchange. You need to rejig the international economy so that the currency of every country is that currency. So if I'm buying something from a country that is that the currency is rupee, I'm not even buying the dollar. You get the point? So it's naira to rupee. So if the country is buying something from me, they pay me in naira. If I'm buying something from them, I pay them in rupee. You get the point?
Let me call your name, Madakiame.
Yes.
Would you want Trump to listen to you this morning?
Well, I don't know.
Do you want him to hang you?
I don't know about Trump. You get the point?
No. Do you want him to hang you? Because you're asking, this model is circumventing dollar denomination of crude business.
Why should dollar be the marker for international trade? I find it extremely funny. A Nigerian wants to buy something from China, and then they say they open the letter of credit in dollar. So when you now buy the dollar, then you have to convert again to yuan to be able to pay at the source country. What most people do now that makes sense is that because the economies have become global, if you're buying something from the Chinese will have an naira account. You credit the yuan equivalent in naira into the naira account of the Chinese company, and the Chinese company just simply pays, gives you value in yuan and sends your product to you. That way, no dollar has been involved. This is being done on a reg. So that's why the CBN is there. Their bogus infrastructure and the difficulty around getting their. How do you think that most of the Igbo people import the things they import into this country? If you want to wait for CBN to give you dollar, to be able to import something in yuan or in rupee from India or China, China, the whole year will end and you not do any business. You get the point. So people have cleverly, avoided the CBN now, and they're just doing their own thing. You get the point. Because we can actually.
Have you heard the other side of the story of Trump's adventure in Venezuela?
Yes, I have.
That is in fact. In reaction to what you are just saying this morning. In reaction to what you are saying this morning.
But you see, a wrong thing cannot be sustained for long. You get the point. Every country, like we can have a crazy Nigerian president who says, yes, the naira should become the currency of Africa. So anybody who wants to buy anything should buy something in naira. And then he's doing that and bullying them because he has planes, and bombers who are ready to attack any country that says, no, this doesn't make sense. You get the point. It's also the fallacy of borrowing money in foreign currency. The US government survives on printing the dollar, and they can print any quantity because they know it will be mopped up. But the Rwandan president, Paul Kagame, made the point the other day that no sovereign nation needs to borrow money from another country. Print it. You get the point. You want to construct a road from here to Makurdi, and then you are going to borrow dollar in order to pay Julabega. Let them print the naira that's required to make this.
And give it to
you. Credit. In fact, you don't even need to print it. Just, these days is digital alert. Alert them in the amount that they need to be able to pay the engineers and Nigerians. Everybody, if they have to bring us parts from abroad, because they're working here in Nigeria and they're spending money to buy gari, and okra and all that, let their income be in naira. And then all the roads are constructed. Why do we inflict pain on ourselves, understand, thinking that we studied economics or studied something else, when it is native knowledge that keeps the world running? You get the point?
No, Madaki, this morning you are cutting trouble.
Oh, God.
And you are cutting trouble for the Nigerian nation, because the international politics around the dollar can make a number of presidents and governments victims if they don't.
If they are victims because they lack knowledge or the courage to run their economy, so be it, quite frankly. I think we need more victims.
I think I can tell you for free that Maduro had courage.
No, he didn't.
He had courage to run the economy.
He didn't. I think he deserved to have been handcuffed the way he was. And a few more presidents actually deserve to be handcuffed. I don't want to name the names yet.
Please don't. They don't name any names. But Maduro was trying to protect his country.
It is called the Maduro treatment. Many more presidents deserve the Maduro treatment.
Because Trump, an American analyst said that Trump was not going for Maduro's oil. that Moduro did not commit any drug offense, and that Moduro did not have any.
Yeah, it was going by passing the dollar. Yes,
by passing the dollar, and that's what you're here preaching this morning.
And he's also going to, the next target is Iran. It's not about executing his citizens. The Iranians have always executed their citizens. You get the point. But the man has said, anybody who is doing this current riot that has lasted for almost a month, if they dare execute them, that is coming there. And they have put all the executions on hold because they are afraid of the bombs. You get the point.
So please, I'm also afraid of you this morning because what you are saying might attract bomb to us, and I dissociate myself from all that you said about circumventing the dollar this morning.
It will not. But the truth of the matter is that what is right and what is wrong is wrong.
Okay, but if this is done, you believe that the cost of the
we can do 100 naira. We can do 100 naira per liter. Honestly, we can actually today do 100 naira per liter. Let me explain to you why. The wellhead cost of a barrel of crude oil is so much lower than the international price of a barrel of crude oil. And the price of crude oil is 80% of the price of refined products at the pump. You can ask Dangote, he will tell you. You get the point. So at the end of the day, the cost of refining, paying salaries, bringing out all the equipment now just accounts for less than 20% of the cost of that 1 liter that we buy. But honestly, no matter how inefficiently the oil companies produce, if they are reporting their costs honestly and they're not padding, no single barrel of crude oil, and when I talk of a barrel, we are looking at 190 liters. You get the point?
Yes.
About that, 195 liters. Should cost more than $5 a barrel, no matter how inefficiently you produce. In fact, when I was in Shell, and I left Shell 18 years ago, by the way, when I was in Shell, we were going on a strike because the owners of the Shell International, the international owners of Shell said that the unit operating cost for Shell was too high and that they needed to downsize. So they wanted to cream off the top management that were Nigerian, where they could bring their own people. And the justification was that we were running an inefficient unit operating cost for crude production. So I was the union leader at the time. I was vice chairman of Pengasan, in Shell. So, because some of us try to introduce intellectualism into unionism. Unions think that by shouting and going on strike and all that they achieve ends. No. You can achieve so much as a unionist without shutting down for 1 day, without going on strike. You get the point? Because strikes are actually,
disruptive.
Like very disruptive. It's almost like economic terrorism. While I was in Shell, I tried to avoid it. So I kept telling my fellow union leaders, we went to DPR. Because the top management felt threatened, they now made information available to us that we would never have been privy to. So one certain big man, and I wish he's still alive, but I won't call his name, called me to his office, gave me a flash drive, and said I should copy. He copied an information on Excel spreadsheet from DPR, which compared the unit operating expenditure of all the 5 major oil companies at the time. That was Shell before it became Renaissance.
Yes.
And all that. And Shell was the biggest operator at the time. You know what we found out? The unit cost of production of Shell, that was supposed to be the behemoth, the most inefficient producer, was even lower than that of every other one because of economies of scale. Because we were producing over 1 million barrels a day at the time. Our unit operating cost was $3.25. $3.25. The dollar has never changed. I hope you know. The naira has been bastardized because they keep messing it up. You get the point. My salary when I left Shell was 1.4 million a month. It was $10,000 a month that time because the exchange rate was about 140 to 1. Today, $1,000 is 1.5 million naira. You can imagine how far gone we have been. The dollar has still remained the dollar. So when they are making this noise about they're using $20, $30 to produce one barrel of crude, I say, how is that possible? Where is it coming from? So the point I'm making is that if they really want to even go down, Dangote is talking of gantry price being, whether it's the gantry revenue being $393 to him, it can actually go much lower and it will still be profitable to him. Because that is gantry revenue of 393 naira, per liter, is based on an inefficient pricing template for crude.
Well, my producer is flagging me. Now, what we can take away from this conversation very quickly, and this is critical for us, and that is that Nigerians can get the pump price at 100 naira,
and not more than 100
naira per liter, even in our current circumstances.
Exactly, and there will be no subsidy for one moment. It should not be more than 100 naira. It can even be less, especially if you handle the inefficient exchange rate. Why should $1 exchange for 1,500 naira? It doesn't make any sense. The purchasing power parity of the dollar to the naira is still so much in favor of the naira. The other day, my daughter sent me $50 from the US. You know how much it came to? 73,000 naira. What $50 can buy in America? You know what 73,000 naira can buy in Nigeria? $50 will never dream of buying in the US. So what is the basis?
Well, that's the much we can take this morning. Issues around the pump price of petrol. Dangote's revelations last year, and now that the president is coming into a new year, what with the budget is already in the National Assembly, what policies we ought to be looking at. Madaki has said certain things which I said is on his own. Let Trump not come here. But thinking seriously, those are issues for deep thoughts and deep consideration. Do we design policies to favor our people, or do we design policies to sound international players? I think what Trump is doing is saying the international play must draw from domestic efficiency. And that's what Madaki is saying this morning. Efficient management of our oil sector can bring down all the price. And all this noise and quarrel be forgotten. And Nigeria's economy can run more smoothly, more efficiently. And you and I can enter the market and buy things at humane prices that can keep our families going. Not the way we're moving this morning. All we can do this morning is to thank Madaki. Thank you very much for coming to the program.
Always a pleasure.
Well, I will keep,
any time of the day or
thank you very much. I will keep conversing on issues affecting our polity and our nation and our people day after day. My name is Wabos and Jaco. Please enjoy the rest of the day and good morning.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Sheyi is back. People say that, but when you watch this interview, you will realize she is truly back.
Where have you been all my life?
She decides to give me an exclusive. She says, This is the only show where she will speak these truths.
I'm just going to be real with you because I have grown so much, bigger fish to fry. Yeah, I've washed my brain, washed my mind, washed my spirits, washed my soul, washed my head.
Last time she was here, this is her last big interview, she was already pregnant, but she didn't tell me. She says that was a time of major turmoil. And so there was drama, there was toxicity. So she took her baby to the UK to give birth to her, to stay away from all of that.
And it was the best choice I could ever made.
She tells me shockingly that all that time she was a star. She was insecure, she had low self-esteem, in a way she was unconscious.
Like I've been living my whole life, I promise you, unconscious.
And these 3 years in the UK included reconnecting with her dad, forgiving him, forgiving her mom, healing herself, and becoming conscious. And so from that place of consciousness, I tell her to go back. Why did she, as she say, hate men? Why does she actually say love men now?
I actually feel very comfortable with men now.
Don't come to me. I think you can say hi.
She shares with me exclusively what she discovered that might be the truth of why Tiwa Savage went at her so heavily in that viral video.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Sheyi Shea. I am a judge on Nigerian Idol. Yay.
She talks about the Nigerian idol, Bruhaha, and how she sees it now from this place of healing and consciousness. We talk about the nude that went viral.
I know how the pictures were made, and I know who I sent them to.
Then I talked to her about her daughter, the daughter that she says changed her life, transformed her spirit, and made her look at life differently.
If God loves me the way I love this girl, I'm loved.
This was an explosive interview with multiple exclusives, and the Sheyi that is wiser, brighter, and even more beautiful in and out with Chide today.
Come for me.
You're looking fantastic as
Really?
always. Yes.
Thank you.
Amazing.
You look amazing.
Thank
you have
you.
not changed.
Thank you. Yes.
One bit.
I love it.
It's been like 4 years now.
Many years ago, I had dinner with someone, and the person said, very self-consciously, said, oh, I literally stopped aging when I turned 25. And I think that happened to me when I turned 35.
Oh, well,
yes.
Listen, I think it's happening to me now that I'm like 40.
I
So,
love it.
yeah.
Love it. Good to see you.
You too, my love.
What has, so it's about 4 years since we last saw.
I think it's 4 years.
Yes,
or-
it's 4 years.
Is it? Are you
It's 4
sure?
years. It's 4 years.
Yeah, it is.
Now, 4 years. Two people ask this question in two ways. Somebody will say, where have you been?
Where have you been all
Yes.
my life? Well, you know, I don't know if it's like, took a break, took a sabbatical. I'm not sure what the right expression is,
Yes,
really,
right.
because there's just so many reasons why I actually sort of took a back seat. Or went on maternity leave, maybe. That
Right,
might
that's-
be the most appropriate, I think.
makes sense.
But yeah, I have been, I moved back to the UK
Oh, you did?
to have my daughter.
Okay,
When I came on your show, I was pregnant.
Right.
Yeah, I was pregnant.
You hit that one from
I
me.
did. So it should have been like an exclusive, you know.
Right.
But,
Yes. It's
But
okay.
obviously it was still quite early,
Yeah,
so I didn't
yeah.
really want to, say anything too soon. But
Right.
yeah, so I went back to the UK
Okay.
to have my daughter,
Right.
and I didn't really have a plan
Right.
to come back anytime soon, and I didn't have a plan really to like reintegrate there. It was more like I just need to have my daughter.
Yeah.
I need to have her away from toxicity,
Right.
away from the drama that seemed to have been following me actually the
right.
few years preceding. So yeah, and it was the best choice I could ever made. So where have I been? I've been raising my daughter. I've been raising myself. I've
Right.
been the past year and a half, been making new music.
Right.
And yeah.
Right. You were not sure what was going to happen, where this was going to lead. You just knew that you wanted to focus on your daughter.
That's it.
Yeah, yeah. So were you in London all this time before you started working on your album? So have you been in London all the time?
I have actually,
Right.
but I've come back to Lagos because I have my house is still here, and
Right.
so I still have ties here. But I would come and go,
Okay.
and the album was predominantly made between Los Angeles and London. So I traveled around a bit. I mean, I did the European tour and I did a UK tour.
Right.
And so God just made it so that, you know, I was still working
Okay.
so that I could actually, you know, and, but yeah, my base was the UK these past 3 years.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question in lieu of the audience that is curious.
Okay.
What about the dad? I have to do it.
It's the way you said, what about the dad? What about him?
Yes, like, are you married to him? Was it a surrogacy? You don't want to get like gist now. Did you move to the UK because your dad was in the UK?
No, actually, her dad is Nigerian, from Nigeria.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we are really brilliant friends now. We
Right.
co-parent really well.
Right. So you're not married?
No. So, I mean, you know, that's kind of, it's a technical issue.
Right.
But I don't want to, like, you know I said I trust you.
Yeah,
You know, but I feel like, because he's not here, I don't want to speak too much because I've not discussed with him first
Right.
about how he might feel about, and he's someone that is very special to me, and he's my daughter's father. So this footage is going to be here forever, isn't it? So let me not go and
say the one that you explained.
You understand?
Right.
So, but he's great. He's cool. He's around. He's Nigerian. He's in the UK at the moment.
Right.
He's also in the music industry as a on the corporate side of things, though.
Right.
And we just work well together, raising our child, and we're great friends.
Right, so you're great friends. And he's obviously in the life of your daughter.
Very much so,
Right,
yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, I think that's enough.
It's like incredible for me. I didn't have my dad in my life.
Yes.
At all, ever.
Yes.
So I think the most important thing for me was that at least, okay, he's going to show up for his kid and do what he has to do. And he is, I mean, you know, to the level that he can. He's like a guy and he's young, so it's not, we don't really know what we're doing. It's our first child. Nobody knows, but he's doing what he can do, Sha.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you, I mean, obviously you can see that you love your daughter and all of that. Did you get to a stage in your life where you decided, okay, I'm going to have a baby?
Yes.
Yes, you did.
That's exactly what it was, you know. She was planned.
Yeah.
And I was so tired of just living for myself.
Right.
And I was really tired of feeling alone. I know it sounds really selfish. All these reasons sound super selfish.
But those are the reasons why we have kids.
You know, I think so. I mean, all those ones, I have 4 or 5 children.
Yes,
it's insane to me. Like, no, sorry.
Are you going to have more?
Maybe,
Okay.
maybe,
But not
right,
5.
not. My sister has 5. I saw exactly what she went through.
Right.
Like, you know, big ups to all the women that have up to 5 and even more, because motherhood is not a joke. Like, the after effects of being pregnant and having a child are just, I don't even know if it's curable. Like, I had really bad hormone imbalance. I had terrible skin for the first, you know, 3 years now. I'm only just recovering. I still have my pregnancy mask.
Right.
I even read a few weeks ago about a woman that lost her sight as a result of pregnancy, you know. And I just thought to myself, man, that's not like that. Let me just take these off so I can hear you better. But like, I just felt, you know, man, this is a real life changer.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think I asked you then, but it just occurred to me now because you mentioned it. Your dad, when did he stop being a part of your life?
From birth.
Right.
Really.
Right.
I remember seeing him at age 2.
Right.
I have elephant memory. Weird. But my mother and I also discussed this, so I kind of like refreshed my memory. And he was like, oh, he's not ready for a child and stuff like this and whatever. And then and I was crying, and I remember kind of putting my hands up for him to carry me, and he wouldn't. He just was like, you know, like this. And then then the next memory image I have is of him standing outside the door of the front door, because our front door was made of glass, but it was frosted glass, so I could just see his silhouette.
Yeah.
And I was crying, screaming in the corridor, just really crying.
Yeah.
And then I never saw him again. And my mom confirmed that memory was actually accurate.
Right,
yeah.
so it was imprinted in your memory.
Imprinted in my memory.
And he never came back?
He didn't. But obviously
You've reconnected.
We connected. My mom passed away some time ago,
Yeah.
and she kind of left me all the information and details that I
Right,
needed to be able to reconnect with him again.
Right.
And I did. And, you know, he's cool, but I think he's so old now.
Right.
And I think that, and he has enough problems in his life with all his other kids.
Yeah.
So, like, but he's met my daughter.
Beautiful.
And, you know, we have great pictures of all of us together.
Right.
And I'm just happy that you know happened.
Right.
That reconnection and him meeting my daughter, having a relationship with her, and everything's great.
Why did you reconnect with him, though?
Because I needed to forgive him.
Why?
Because I hated men.
Right. So this is right.
Yeah, and that is a direct result.
That's a serious statement, though. I hated men.
Yeah. Deep down inside,
Yeah.
that's actually what it was. It was trauma
Mm.
that led me to not see men as really like anything. But, you know, in a very weird, like, plot twist, I was always looking for validation from men. And I was always, you know, trying to do more than the man was even, like, expecting or offering or showing me. Do you get?
Yeah.
And like as a result, I hope the relationships always ended like, and I think that subconsciously I always expected them to leave me. You see how the pattern goes? Deep down inside, look, put it this way today, right? I have done so much inner work these past, let me say 4 years, because the transformation of my mind started before I had my child.
Yes, because we talked about
yes,
that. You said you were starting a
a journey, and I really just committed to that journey.
Yes.
You know, and I isolated, yes, but the isolation was, you know, something that's really good about isolation. I mean, I know some people say it's not good, but one thing for me is that I was blessed with hindsight, and I could just reflect, you know, and I was also blessed with insight, which in turn gave me foresight.
Love that, yeah.
And I think that is the biggest, besides my daughter, gift that God has given me in these few years that I've been away. And so, of course, my spirituality has completely, you know, transformed, and I'm vibrating on such a different level now that I actually feel very comfortable with men now. I'm like, I love you all. I love all the men. It's a man's world. Like, you know, I just love all the men.
You can handle it.
I love all the men, you know, every man.
Right, so, I mean, so obviously, so you figured that you had this, our gaps, our vulnerabilities, they don't go in a logical fashion. So you hate men, but then you want their approval because there was this gap from your childhood. And so how did you, was it upon reflection or was it therapy or something that made you realize, look, the origin is my dad, go plug that leak?
Yeah.
What was it? Was it reflection? Was it therapy?
It was reflection. And it was, like I said, a series of events that took place with which
events with men?
Events with guys, yeah. And every now and again I would hear a guy say like something around the lines of like, what trauma do you have? Like, why are you so this, or why are you so that? Why are you angry? Why are you toxic? Like, you know, why are you this? And even one guy was like, you need to go and make up with your dad. Like, this was years and years and years ago, right? Maybe 7 years ago, probably 8 years ago. And I was like, But then actually that stuck in the back of my mind. And, you know, but I had actually been speaking to my dad before this. It's been about 10 years now, though, that I've been speaking to him. But him actually, like, us having a relationship now, and then him meeting my child, has only been in the last 3 years that we've actually seen each other, and you know. So, but anyway, that had a really big effect. That was the biggest trauma of my life, which led me to become so insecure, always seeking validation, approval, not really knowing who I was, even as Shay. You know, I was running around going, oh, on stage I'm like completely different person. Like, did I think I was Beyonce or what? Like, and then in real life I'm just like this person. No, you know, like that's all wrong. And you know, that's what I mean by the gift of hindsight and insight. And I think that now, obviously, it's not just my dad, but having my daughter healed me as well. And changed me, and then the person I had my daughter with is like a really good guy. So to the point where he, of course, everybody has their issues and their problems, which is, you know, why we're in the position that we are now, unfortunately. But like ultimately,
what's the position that you are? That you and him?
Yeah, right. But
ultimately,
he didn't leave. And he is showing up for his daughter, and I guess he's going to be that way for the whole rest of his life and her life, you know. And so that was something I did right. You understand? Really pick the right person to have a child with, because the person you have a child with can make or break you if you're not careful. You can get married to anyone. You can divorce them now if you don't like them anymore. If it doesn't work.
Once you have a child,
with that person, you're stuck with them for eternity. Like it's deep. And if they leave you with the burden of looking after the children on your own, then you're definitely screwed. Like that's just the end. Because I can't imagine, you know, not having her dad or my family around to help when I need that help.
Amazing. So a lot of healing happened. You're not just using the words when we saw. You were deliberate about going on this journey.
And I did a lot of that.
What do you say? And it sounds to me like even having your daughter and then the relationship that you have evolved, even out of the imperfections you've hinted at, was itself a manifestation of the inner work you've done.
Yes. Well,
maybe not having the daughter, but
maybe
just
not having my daughter, because
when
I got pregnant, I was still in the height of the madness, you know. And I think I was just like, I just want a child. I want a baby. I think the baby's going to save me and heal me and change me. No, she didn't. She kind of just made me get more serious, and you know. But the work that I did inside myself brought me clarity, and I became more conscious now. Like I've been living my life, my whole life, I promise you, unconscious. Unconscious. Even when I was in the interview with you, I was reflecting, I was thinking to myself, I don't even remember what I said to him. I just was I was in an emotional state. I was in the heat of certain things that were going on, and I just wanted to just talk and just be, you know, today, I'm going to go and do my, and even then I didn't tell my truth. I was just like, just talking because I wanted to. It was, my whole life has been that way. Every single event, every single thing has been an unconscious, you know, action. Like guys that I've been with, things that I've done, jobs that I've worked in, friends that I've kept. And that whole thing is so damaging, because the more you go on like that, of course, the more your identity gets dismantled. You don't know who you are. But also, the more people have access to your vulnerability, and they just use it against you because you're just so open, you're so unconscious, you don't even know, you don't care, you just want to be accepted, you just want to be loved, you just want to be, you don't know what's going on. But when you start to seek God, you find yourself, actually. And that's what happened to me.
That's so powerful. When you find God.
When you seek God.
When you seek God, you find yourself.
You find yourself,
You know, it's remarkable, because so what you're describing is because the Shay we know, the brand is spunky, it's ferocious, it's etc. But you're saying that was not even the real, that was your unconscious you.
That wasn't the unconscious me,
But people love that.
Yeah, no, I loved it. I'm not saying it wasn't me.
But it wasn't the...
But it wasn't, I was just doing it, every action, every show, every interview, every friend, every party, everything, every man, every guy, everything was just operating from a subconscious, from a place of, I don't want to feel anything.
I don't want to feel anything. Yes. Is that a stunning thing when you realize it?
Mm-hmm.
Is it stunning?
Yeah, but you know, when so it's kind of like, it's all encompassing. So when I had Issa, I started to feel this overwhelming love for her and for myself. I even started to think to myself, wow, I need to forgive my mom also, actually, you know, because this is not a joke, like being a mother, raising a kid. Imagine if I was alone. I started talking to myself a lot. I started talking to myself a lot. Let me say, I started talking to God a lot. Do you get? And I was like, imagine if I was alone doing this thing, which my mom was. Like, can you imagine what she sacrificed for me and all this stuff? And it was hard. And oh my God, my mom. Oh, and then I'll cry for weeks. And then I'd be like, and then that was healing too, you know. And then I wrote a letter to my mom. And then it was, you know, kind of freeing. And then I was like, oh my God. And I thought to myself, I'm so in love with this girl, this daughter, this child. She smiles at me. She talks to me now. She says, good job, Mom, when I make nice food, or, you know, like, and she's so happy. She went on tour with me in Europe. Amazing. And my cousin, bless her, came with us so she could look after the baby in the hotel room and stuff. But, you know, I've been very blessed. And what I realized is that actually, you know what? If God loves me the way I love this girl, I'm loved.
That's powerful.
I'm loved, man. You're like, ugh, it's just so overwhelming. It's the best decision I could have ever made. So it started off being a selfish thing. And it has now ended up being a selfless thing, 100%. You know, she's there. She's been so good.
She's been actually so good. I didn't believe her promise.
As in, I didn't believe, she said, Mommy, I promise. Yes. Hi, Issa, say hello to Uncle.
Say hello to me. Do you want to sit? Yes. How are you?
You were quiet throughout the whole interview. I'm so proud of you.
Do you know your mom is a superstar? Do you know your mom is a superstar? No, you're like, just this, my mom. Can we go to her? She's beautiful.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Say hi.
Final question.
Yeah.
You know, people talk about motherhood and all of these things. But, you know, sometimes we have to say what we have to say. But, I mean, you've talked about how your daughter has changed your life. You've given to somebody else. And I've seen, just watching you guys when you got into the studio, what is the biggest thing that having this daughter has done to you?
Changed the way I see the world. It has changed the way I see the world. Encompassing everything we spoke about from the beginning.
Yes. And that's a beautiful thing, isn't it?
Of course.
Because you feel like you thought life was one way, and then somebody comes out
and people were just one way, and you know, I was one way, and now I not see that I'm not just one way, and nobody's just one way. We have different, you know, dynamics, abilities, superpowers, you know.
There's something you say that's powerful. I'm going to take it with me. If God loves you the way you love this young woman,
then I'm loved.
Then you're truly loved.
Honestly.
Oh, powerful
boy. Like, I can't even tell you.
And that is the end of this conversation. Thank you so much. I'm so excited that you are by your back. Because you just bring an energy. You know, even at your unconscious, you brought an energy that was important and beautiful. And so to now be conscious, I can't wait.
Imagine,
I can't wait to see.
I've
seen a glimpse of it.
The ideas now are like boom, 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 boom. Like, yes.
Thank you so much for
Thank you, my darling. Can I give you a hug?
Yes, please. Thank you. This was beautiful.
Nobody else I could talk to like
you.
that, you know, because I watch you. So I'm like, you know what, he is someone that he will not twist my words. He's too smart. Like, you're on another level.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Hello and welcome to Teens Should Know, the show where we listen, learn, and we grow. The TSK show is where teenagers are empowered with the right knowledge to thrive and parents are equipped with the right tools to guide them, because when teenagers know better, they definitely would do better. My name is Ifeoma Prof Mwato and I'm your host on the TSK show. And today we'll be discussing a very important topic. Are you a teenager? Are you a parent? Please come forward, sit down, and listen attentively. Many teenagers are trying to figure out life while constantly hearing the question, what do you want to become? Or what are you doing? What do you intend for yourself? And for some teenagers, purpose feels exciting, and while for others, it feels like pressure or confusion, especially when it seems like you're supposed to have everything figured out so very early, maybe at 12 or at 15 or at worst by 18. But discovering purpose isn't about having all the answers at once. It's a journey, and it can start earlier than many people think. So today we are talking about what it really means to begin that journey early, how teenagers can start discovering direction, and how parents can support them along the way. So we'll be looking at finding purpose early as a teenager. So if you're a teen watching, this conversation is for you. We'll go on a short break now, and after the break, we are going to meet our guest for today's episode. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Okay, welcome back to the TSK show. And if you're just joining us, we are talking about how teenagers can discover their purpose very early. So joining us today on the TSK show is a dedicated young man with a strong commitment to the holistic development of young people. His passion is for nurturing the potentials of young people, and this passion began during his National Youth Service year in Katsina State, Nigeria. And since then, he has consistently organized seminars and training programs for young people with a special focus on reaching young people in remote communities. He holds a degree in biochemistry from the prestigious University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Beyond his professional work, he's also a devoted family man and a wonderful father. So today, welcome to the TSK show, Mr. Tochukwu Eze.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome, sir. Welcome. You know, when I was talking about UNN, I said it's the prestigious, the prestigious UNN.
There's no argument about
Are you sure?
Yes.
But I heard they are now living in their past glory.
Forget that.
Okay, it's not true.
Yes.
When I was introducing you, I made mention of your passion started while you were doing your National Youth Service in Katsina State. What was the drive? What was the motion? What was the motivation behind that?
Okay, thank you for the question. When I was serving in Kankara local government precisely, I discovered that a lot of young people don't even know why they are here. I was having some conversations with them. I discovered that some of them who are not offering physics and chemistry want to become medical doctors. And I was like,
is it magic?
Yes. So I now decided to create a platform where we will be having
an
interaction session after school to properly guide them on the requirements for each course of study.
Okay.
And that also made me to start looking at putting them in a pamphlet.
Okay.
So that even after I am
you've gone,
yes, so
they will have something to fall back
exactly
on. Okay.
And they can also use it for the younger generations to guide them.
Okay, I think that's why also your interest is more on young people that are in remote and rural communities.
Yes.
Okay, so
most
let's
times they feel neglected.
Yeah. Okay, so let's look at what we are talking about today, finding purpose early. So for you, when you hear the word purpose, what do you think it means to a teenager?
Okay, what it means to me personally, let me start from what it means to me, is identifying the original intent of your creation.
Okay.
What does God have in mind when you were being created? What challenge are you sent to come and address? What passion, what is driving you that you want to contribute your own quota in global development? So for me, I feel in fact, simply put, is the essence of living.
The essence of existence.
And existence, yes.
But do you think young people see it that way?
Most of them don't see it that way. And that is why I have devoted myself, my time, my resources to reach those that have not been able to understand this thing clearly. And as much as I could, guide them properly.
Okay. Do you believe that teenagers are too young to start thinking about fulfilling purpose? Because some of them think they still have all the time. Let me just go to school first before I start figuring out what life should be or what I should become. Do you think it's too early for a teenager to start living their life towards their purpose?
I don't think it's too early, because I'm a Christian. And if I take my reference from the Holy Bible, you discover that at age 12, Jesus was already attracted to his purpose. You know, when they went to Jerusalem for the Passover, his parents left and discovered that he was not with them 24 hours later. So after 3 days, he was found. And they found him in the temple. And my question is, what was so attractive that made him? It's possible he did not eat for that 3 days.
And he didn't even think of his parents.
Yes.
He was not even eager. He was not even eager to go home. Exactly. He was not even exhausted from the day's worship.
If they did not return for him, he would have stayed there. for the rest of his life.
He found fulfillment in what he was doing.
Exactly. So at 12, because I know that this teenage age we're talking about is between the age of 13 to 19. So if Jesus at 12 had already discovered his own purpose, I don't think it's too early for any teenager
to start thinking about that.
Okay,
Okay, let's also look at it from this angle. There are some teenagers who are already feeling pressured, while some are nonchalant. Some are already feeling pressured to find purpose. And how can they find purpose without feeling overwhelmed? Because, you know, sometimes family, society is expecting much from some of them. Like there are some people who come from a family where their parents did not go to school, and they're expecting this child, you just go to school, do this thing and start making money. You need to bring value, you need to sustain the family name and all of that. And you see some of them, they come to you, they will tell you, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do this. But yet that confusion, they become overwhelmed, and it's like a pressure on them. They are not meeting up a particular expectation or target. So how can they start exploring these things without feeling overwhelmed?
First and foremost, they need to understand that it's a step-by-step approach. They shouldn't be pressured. And that is one of the challenges we have in our time. Most of these young people, because of the pressure and the challenge, they go the wrong route.
Yes.
You know, and before you know it, they are doomed. So they should understand that every step counts in this thing. And it's not something that happens overnight. It's something that will take patience. It's going to take a lot of discipline. Don't allow anybody, even the society, your parents. In fact, that's why I would want the church to come in and begin to sensitize these young people that nobody needs to pressure you, including your parents. Because just like you said, most of them are not educated.
Yes.
So they have a way of comparing you with some of your age mates. And let's bear in mind that we have different weights of destinies. You understand? So somebody who is going through the process of becoming a global figure, it will take time for the person to
get to that stage.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a step by step. They should not be in a haste. If you rush it, you may make mistake along the line. And I'm also advising that they should find people, if you have already identified where you are going, because some of the challenges they also have, especially those that are multi-talented, is that they don't even know which one to go
follow.
After. Just like me, I do a lot of things very well. I can play football very well. I can play table tennis very well.
Wow.
So it became a problem. Should I become a professional footballer? Should I go to school? Should I become a professional this or that? So, but I had somebody who guided me. And I was able to harness my own potential, because this purpose you're talking about is inherent.
Yes.
So you also need God to help you, because nobody knows, nobody understands the product more than the manufacturer.
Exactly.
So that is.
And that will bring me to the next question. Are there any signs that a teenager is already working in purpose? Early signs that somebody can see and say, okay, maybe this is what I am called to do. Like you said, some are talented in many areas, but is there anything that you can say, okay, yes, this is where you are called to solve this problem?
Okay, thank you. How you are going to identify that is that you discover that there is this particular one that you are passionate about, even if it's not bringing money, even if it's not, the only thing that you enjoy there is that it gives you satisfaction and fulfillment. So you can spend time, just like I gave you an example with our Master Jesus Christ. You can spend time doing it without feeling bored. You understand me? And so you can begin to channel your attention deliberately on that thing, because and you will not lose your peace doing it. Even if you have not eaten for days
and nobody is giving you money
and nothing. I know of a friend. he can play football. When we were young, he can play football from morning till night. And we thought
it was distraction.
Wasting his time. Others were going to school. We were always in the field playing football. But in 2003, he was invited to come and represent Nigeria in Finland, 2003, on the 17 Junior World Cup.
Wow.
And from there, he became a professional footballer. He played in some clubs in Europe. So, but if he was not encouraged at that level, maybe he would have ended up as a roadside mechanic.
Okay, I'm actually enjoying this conversation, but we are going to go on a short break. Then when we come back, we are going to talk about this boy that plays football, because you know sometimes they dump their education to pursue their passion, and let's see how we can strike a balance. So we are going to go on a short break now, and when we return, we continue with this conversation. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Okay, welcome back, and if you're just joining us, this is the TSK show, and today we are talking about how teenagers can discover their purpose very early. So I was saying something about balancing education and passion, because you know a young person who leaves the class to go and play ball all through the day, this is something parents will never support. So if there's a young person watching us at this point, and the parent is just sitting by, you know, maybe the boy is a footballer and the parent is already giving him this bombastic side eye, not because Mr. Tochukwu is on TV saying you can go and play football. You can go and play football from morning till night. So I want to ask, how can parents guide teenagers into purpose and without being too controlling and projecting their, you know, sometimes I've discovered working with young people that sometimes what parents want their children to do is not because of the child, it's because of their interest as a parent. We've seen people who want their children to study medicine, not because the child is good in that field, but because they want to answer mama or papa doctor. So let's use this football now. So how can a parent encourage a teenager into purpose without controlling?
Okay. That is possible, and this is how it is possible. You know, sometimes, just like you mentioned, most parents want to live their unfulfilled dreams.
Unfulfilled,
yes.
That's the word.
Yes,
through their children.
So
unfulfilled.
Most times you think you are doing the best thing for the child. Just like I keep telling people that very soon some of the courses that we call professional courses will no longer matter. People just study a key aspect of tech. But years back, we studied computer science as a whole. But some people now, you know, focus on a small aspect of tech, and they blow with it.
Yes.
So the parents watching us, I want to advise you. Your role is to guide the teenager, not to dictate for him or for her. You know, as a teenager, he or she is bound to make mistakes.
Of course.
That is where you come in, you know, to guide them, not to enforce that you must be this. And it's common amongst
Nigerian parents.
Eziago parents. almost all the family in Ezeagu will want to have a priest, a Catholic priest.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I was thinking it's in I was telling somebody recently that almost every family in MBC have a reverend priest. I don't know if it's happening
It's also
in
applicable in Ezeagu. So
oh wow.
Some of them, I have some of them as friends
Okay.
that confided in me that they
never wanted
to become this. But because the mother, especially the mothers, they want to answer mama, father. So they keep pushing and pressuring the boys to become priests. So the balance is you watch the child, observe the inherent potentials, know how to strike the balance. Using that football, for instance, I don't encourage a child to abandon school for football. Two of them can go hand in hand, because those days in the university we play interfaculty matches.
Okay.
And some football scouts, they come there to identify talents. And when they pick those talents, they don't pick them away from school.
Okay.
They also even give scholarships to some of those wonderful footballers. So they also organize a football competition at national level, ENUGU. So talents were picked that also represented Nigeria. So the key word here is finding balance.
Yeah.
So that
one does not suffer.
Exactly.
Okay. Oh, this is very, very interesting conversation, and I'm actually enjoying it, especially this part of the parents, because many parents want to live their unfulfilled dreams through their children. So, and one thing is already clear from the discussion today, and is that one thing is that purpose is not pressure, is direction, and is a step. So teenagers don't need to have everything figured out. What they really need is awareness, they need exposure and the right support. And it's better when it's coming from the home, before we even talk about coaches outside and all of that. So we are going to go on a break now, and after the break we'll get more practical about how teenagers can start discovering their strengths and how parents can create environments where purpose grows naturally. Please stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Right, welcome back. Before the break, we talked about understanding purpose and removing the pressure around it. So now we are going to go a little bit deeper, because it's one thing to talk about purpose, is another thing to live intentionally as a teenager. So this part is for every teen who feels uncertain and every parent who wants to guide wisely without overpowering and being too controlling. So our guest is here. He's a youth advocate and he has worked with young people at different levels for years. So, and we'll continue with this conversation. So in one sentence, what is the biggest lie that teenagers have about purpose discovery?
For me, I think that the biggest lie is feeling that they are too young to discover or pursue
their purpose.
And it's common here in Africa, because over there you see some children that are not even in that category of teenagers. You can call them young adolescents. I don't know,
twins.
So you see them doing marvelous technological works, and when you sit down with them, you see, they don't even speak like children because of exposure, because of guidance and mentorship. But down here, you see somebody who is above 18 years still behaving as a child,
still trying to figure out what to do.
Some of them are not even trying to figure out. Some of them are just flowing. Let's be going.
Okay.
You know, my experience has taught me that So let's be going. One day we'll all leave this world. Nobody cares about whether you fulfill destiny. So that's the challenge we have.
Okay, if you could design one habit every teenager should practice like every day in the course of purpose discovery, what should that be? I know some teenagers are asking, okay, since you said we should not be living anyhow, what should I be doing at this point?
They should devote more time to research. And they must have some virtues like discipline, perseverance. They should know where the world is at the moment, where the world is going, so that they will not be left behind.
Okay.
Because there's this popular saying that when purpose is not known, abuse is inevitable. So they need to sit down and have a kind of self-reflection to understand what that is required of them. And they also need to know that they will give account
of everything
of their stewardship here. So if God had already ordained me, for example, now, as someone who is going to bring liberation in the area of science, and I just leave it and be eating away and drinking away my time, when I return to my maker, I will present my report of how I used my time, my energy, my resources, and God's investment upon my life when I was here on earth.
Okay, you said something like, when purpose is not known, abuse is inevitable. So let's do this one now. Just finish this sentence. If a teenager doesn't understand, or a teenager who understands their purpose early will do what?
Make wiser choices.
Choices in life. So if you're a teenager and you're yet to discover your purpose, that means you've not started making wise choices. Oh, thank you so much for coming on the TSK show. I enjoyed every bit of this conversation. And thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing your ideas, your thoughts. And I believe that every teenager watching us have learned one or two things, including the parents, especially those who want to live their unfulfilled dreams through their teenagers. So conversations like this matter because many teenagers are talented but still searching for direction. Finding purpose early doesn't mean having everything figured out. It means having awareness, guidance, and the freedom to explore. To every teenager watching, give yourself room to grow, and parents, please support and understand these teenagers as you guide them as well. Remember, knowledge is power, and you have been empowered with the right knowledge to thrive. My name is Ifoma the Prof. Wato, and I'm your host on the TSK show. And for today's episode is a wrap. Thank you for joining us on the TSK show. See you next time.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. We
Why the main market is in chaos. People
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, Senate approves 68.3 trillion naira 2026 budget after adopting Tinubu's 9.09 trillion expansion proposal. ENUGU government confirms rabies outbreak in Iwe-Etiti local government area. U.S. Supreme Court rejects Colorado ban on LGBTQ child conversion therapy. And the Iran attacks cause fire in Kuwait, Bahrain, kill man in UAE. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The House of Representatives has witnessed a wave of political defections as third-party lawmakers dump their parties over alleged internal crises and leadership disputes. The development comes as the House also passes a record 68.3 trillion naira budget for the 2026 fiscal year.
It was a dramatic session on the floor of the House of Representatives as Speaker Tajuddin Abbas read out resignation letters from 30 lawmakers announcing their defection from various political parties. The plenary drew high-profile political figures, including Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf, Deputy Senate President Jibrin Barau, and former APC National Chairman Abdullahi Ganduje, who were present to witness the realignments. From Kano State alone, 14 lawmakers defected, 9 of them from the NNPP, led by Deputy Minority Leader Ali Madaki, all moving to the APC. Some lawmakers from Imo State also changed platforms, moving from the PDP, Labour Party, and smaller parties, reflecting a broader political recalibration ahead of the 2027 general elections.
I write to formally inform you of my resignation from the new Nigerian People's Party, which has been duly documented at all levels. This decision comes after careful consideration and my ongoing crisis, internal crisis, and protracted court cases that have destabilized the party and hindered its ability to effectively represent the aspiration of our constituents. In light of these challenges, and in pursuit of a more stable and progressive platform, through which I can continue to serve the good people of Dawakin Tofa, Rimengado, Federal Constituency, I have resolved to join the All Progressive Congress APC.
In a separate development, the House approved a 68.30 trillion naira budget for 2026, significantly higher than President Bola Tinubu's initial proposal. The approval followed the adoption of a report presented by the House Committee on Appropriation, chaired by Abubakar Kabir, detailing adjustments to the appropriation bill and funding framework.
Fundamentally, the 2026 appropriation bill seeks to consolidate macroeconomic stability, improve the business and investment environment, promote job-rich growth, and reduce the poverty rate with a view to strengthen human capital while protecting vulnerable stakeholders. Legislative actions. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, the House debated on the general principle of the bill on Thursday, 29 January 2026. As the conclusion of the debate, the bill was read a second time and subsequently referred to the Committee on Appropriation for the further legislative action.
A breakdown of the budget shows 4.79 trillion naira allocated for statutory transfers, 15.80 trillion naira for debt servicing, and over 32 trillion naira earmarked for capital development. Key sectors such as defense, police affairs, and the electoral body INEC also received significant allocations. Lawmakers also approved new borrowing requests, including a $5 billion facility from Abu Dhabi Bank and $1.94 billion for port rehabilitation projects in Lagos. In addition, the House extended the implementation of the 2025 capital budget to June 30, 2026 to allow for completion of ongoing projects. The House has now adjourned plenary until April 21, 2026.
The Senate has also approved an aggregate expenditure of 68.32 trillion naira for the 2026 fiscal year, after adopting a series of budget adjustments proposed by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, expanding the original fiscal framework by approximately 9.09 trillion naira. A breakdown of the budget shows 32.29 trillion naira allocated to capital expenditure, 15.43 trillion naira for recurrent spending, 15.81 trillion naira earmarked for debt servicing, and 4.80 trillion naira set aside for statutory transfers to constitutionally backed institutions. These steps aim to close the financing gap for 2026. The 2026 budget aims to accelerate infrastructure delivery, strengthen institutions, and support economic growth. Investments in transportation and governance are expected to improve productivity and service delivery.
And now the committee for a job well done expeditiously, even though the thing was read today and our rules allow by Rule 39, but they have done a fantastic job and I'm very impressed. And I must commend them for this report which has been sent to us and congratulate all senators and pray that this $5 billion so approved by the Nigerian Senate today will assist this administration to meet its capital obligations and then take Nigeria out of the current financial doldrums. I thank all of you.
While the Senate has directed the Inspector General of Police, Tunji Disu, to commence a comprehensive investigation into the recent killings in Anguwan Rukuba, Jos North local government area of Plateau State, where at least 28 persons were reportedly killed. The lawmakers also resolved to send a delegation led by Senate President Godswill Akpabio, to commiserate with affected communities. The resolutions followed a motion of urgent public importance sponsored by Senator Dickett Plang, Plateau Central, and Senator Dachung Madkwan, Plateau North, who raised concerns over the worsening security situation in Kanam and Jos North local government areas. Leading debate on the motion, Plang lamented that Plateau State, once celebrated as the home of peace and tourism, has witnessed a resurgence of violent attacks after years of relative stability.
While many were enjoying their Sunday evenings and many others returning from evening services, scores were killed and many injured. Senate further note that this recent attack appears to be a well-coordinated and well-orchestrated targeting defenseless citizens in a densely populated area bubbling with social, economic, and religious activities on a Sunday evening when citizens are going about their businesses, oblivious of the dangers around them.
The lawmakers expressed concern over what they described as the increasingly complex nature of the crisis, noting its economic, ethnic, and religious dimensions. They urged the Senate leadership to expedite the proposed National Security Summit if it would produce practical solutions to the country's growing security challenges. The Senate urged security agencies to adopt proactive strategies, including permanent bases in volatile areas, improved intelligence, and increased recruitment into the police and armed forces.
Prayer 2, direct the Inspector General of Police to commence investigations and bring the culprits to face the full wrath of the law. Those in favor of this prayer say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Send a high-power delegation led by the incumbent president of the Senate to the crisis areas to condole with the Plateau people and the victims. Those in favor of this prayer say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, has called for the immediate suspension of ongoing political campaigns, warning that premature politicking is undermining governance and worsening insecurity across Nigeria. Falana urged the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and the Nigeria Police Force, the State Security Service, to enforce compliance with the law by halting what he described as illegal early campaigns. Citing Section 98, Subsection 1 of the Electoral Act 2026, Falana stressed that political campaigns are legally permitted to begin only 150 days before Election Day and must end 24 hours before the polls. He noted that with elections still about 10 months away, current campaign activities are in clear violation of the law. INEC has scheduled the Presidential and National Assembly elections for January 16, 2027, and governorship and state assembly elections for February 6, 2027. Despite this timeline, Falana lamented that political parties and elected officials have already intensified campaigns, diverting attention from governance to political activities, such as defections and rallies. According to him, this shift in focus has contributed to a decline in governance and rising insecurity, including increased cases of kidnapping and killings across the country. Falana also criticized what he described as a misplacement of priorities, alleging that public funds are being spent on early political campaigns instead of critical sectors like education. The ENUGU state government has confirmed an outbreak of dog rabies in Igbo Etiti local government area. The State Commissioner for Agriculture and Agro-Industrialization, Dr. Patrick Ubru, who disclosed this in a statement in ENUGU, urged residents to take immediate precautions to prevent the spread of the disease. Uburu explained that rabies is a highly fatal viral disease that affects both animals and humans and is primarily transmitted through the bite or saliva of infected animals, particularly dogs. The commissioner outlined several containment measures to include immediate vaccination, restraining of animals, avoiding contact with strays, and reporting of cases. He advised dog owners to vaccinate their pets without delay and confine them to prevent them from roaming freely, while urging residents to avoid contact with stray or unfamiliar animals. Uburu advised anyone bitten or scratched by an animal to wash the wound thoroughly with soap under running water for at least 10 minutes and seek urgent medical attention. He said the ministry is working closely with relevant authorities to contain the outbreak and safeguard public health, and advised residents to contact the State Veterinary Services Department for further information or to report suspected cases. What is the incentive for any Nigerian to join the war against corruption? Government at all levels says it is a mark of character and patriotic duty to do so. But the odds seem stacked against the whistleblower who, out of patriotism and character, exposes corruption in Nigeria. Correspondent Chimezie Nzedimma reports.
The odds are stacked heavily against the Nigerian who chooses to expose corruption. There is the law against bringing a public officer to disrepute. There is yet another against providing government to unauthorized persons. And the Official Secret Act is the big elephant in the room. For a whistleblower, these are laws watching to send him to jail for not holding his mouth. A non-governmental organization, Step Up Nigeria, in collaboration with the Platform to Protect Whistleblowers, launched a creative way to put pressure on the culture of corruption in Nigeria.
Whistleblowing, according to PLAF, is the responsible disclosure of wrongdoing encountered through work in the public interest. And so that's where our emphasis is. It's estimated that if there was more whistleblower protection in Nigeria, Nigeria will be able to have recovered and saved over 3 trillion in looted funds over the last 20 years. And so by not blowing the whistle, Nigeria is actually losing money by not protecting whistleblowers.
Focusing on the 2026 World Whistleblower Day Art and Media Competition, the organizers say young Nigerians should be encouraged to develop a culture of transparency and accountability. The 2026 Art and Media Competition encourages participants between 15 and 35 years to use music, art, skits, poetry, and writing to promote integrity.
Now we are inviting Nigerian youth to build stories that can last for the next 20 years. For this competition, it could be your voice that changes the mindset of people 20 years to come. That skit that you create, the video, the song, the poem, those creative content that you generate in this competition are not just for yourself, but they are there to educate and inspire other young people in Nigeria to take action for whistleblowing and whistleblower protection in Nigeria. As Gaza has alluded, we have 2 million naira in cash and prizes for the winners of this competition. We're picking 5 winners across the 5 categories that we've explained, which are music, art, skits, poem, and writing.
Nigeria's foremost anti-corruption agency, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, was excited at the initiative. Its spokesperson, Dele Oyewale, said the anti-corruption war cannot be left to the government agencies alone, describing whistleblowing as critical to success of the fight.
The anti-corruption fight is not for the EFCC alone. It should be a pan-Nigerian fight. Every Nigerian should see himself or herself as a stakeholder in the fight against corruption. And this initiative is particularly meaningful and remarkable because it is seeking to mobilize the youths.
Oyewale, however, said there was no protection for the whistleblower in Nigeria because the National Assembly has not passed any such law. He advised whistleblowers to provide only credible and veritable information, stating that false information begins a journey to jail. The Deputy Director of Youth Engagement and Inclusion at the National Orientation Agency, Mohammed Wabi, however, urged young Nigerians to speak out against corruption. He assured that information provided to government agencies would be treated confidentially. Organizers say submission for the competition closed on April 12th, with winners expected to be announced ahead of the 2026 World Whistleblowers Day on June 23rd. In Abuja, Chimezi Izadima reporting for Signature TV News.
U.S. Supreme Court rejects Colorado ban on LGBTQ child conversion therapy. Iran attacks cause fire in Kuwait, Bahrain, kill man in UAE. Details of these and more on our foreign stories.
President Donald Trump has said the United States could stop attacking Iran within 2 to 3 weeks, and that a deal is not necessary to end a war that has disrupted energy supplies and shaking the global economy. His comments came as Iranian Minister of Foreign Affairs Abbas Araghchi said on Tuesday that no negotiations are going on with Washington, despite direct and indirect exchanges of messages, nearly 5 weeks after the US and Israel began attacking Iran. Trump, who previously claimed that Iran was engaged in negotiations and begging for a deal, appeared to change his tune on Tuesday on the alleged diplomatic drive. Iran has always maintained that its nuclear activities are peaceful and that it has never sought to produce a nuclear weapon. The United States Supreme Court has ruled against a law in the state of Colorado that bans the controversial practice of conversion therapy of LGBTQ children, a discredited practice that has been linked to serious harm for participants. Tuesday's ruling was an 8-1 decision, with 2 of the court's 3 liberal judges joining its 6 conservatives in opposing the ban. The court's majority argued that restricting talk therapy could violate the free speech protections enshrined in the First Amendment of the Constitution. About 24 U.S. states have laws banning conversion therapy, which aims to convert the gender identity or sexual orientation of individuals to reflect heterosexual, cisgender norms. Studies have linked the practice to higher rates of depression and suicidal thoughts for LGBTQ people. A judge has ruled that U.S. President Donald Trump cannot proceed with his planned $400 million ballroom on the site of the White House's demolished East Wing without approval from Congress. District Judge Richard Leon on Tuesday granted a request for a preliminary injunction filed by the National Trust for Historic Preservation, which sued after alleging Trump had exceeded his authority by raising the historic East Wing and launching construction on the new building. Leon said the order does not affect construction necessary to ensure the safety and security of the White House. His ruling keeps the 90,000 square foot ballroom project on hold while the lawsuit continues. The judge said he was pausing his order for 14 days to allow the Trump administration to appeal. Hours later, the Justice Department filed an appeal at the Washington, D.C.-based U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit. Iran's drones have hit fuel tanks at Kuwait International Airport, causing a large blaze, and authorities in Bahrain have reported a fire at an undisclosed company facility as the United States-Israel war on Iran continues for a 5th week. Abdullah al-Rajhi, a spokesman for the General Directorate of Civil Aviation in Kuwait, on Wednesday, said the airport had been subjected to brazen attacks by drones from Iran and the armed factions it supports. The raids targeted fuel tanks at the airport, leading to a large fire breaking out at the site. And that's it on the foreign news.
Coming up now is the latest from the world of sports.
Nigeria Super Eagles will miss out on the global spectacle as Africa sends a record 10 teams to the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Africa will send a record 10 team to the 2026 FIFA World Cup in the USA, Canada and Mexico, marking the continent's strongest ever showing at football's biggest stage. 9 nations secured direct qualification by topping their CAF qualifying groups in October 2025. DR Congo qualified for the 2026 World Cup and the entire city went wild, non-stop dancing, singing, horns blaring and pure joy everywhere. Excited football fans took to the soaked streets of the capital, Kinshasa, and danced into the night in the rain after the Democratic Republic of Congo reached the World Cup for the first time in 52 years. Defender Axel Tuanzebe, who plays in the Premier League for Burnley, was the hero with the only goal in a 1-0 win over Jamaica after extra time in an intercontinental playoff in Mexico on Tuesday. The Central African nation will face Portugal, Colombia and Uzbekistan in Group K at the finals in North America this summer.
This one will be an in-swinging ball towards the near post, sneaks through, it's in! Axel Tuanzebe is broken through for DR Congo. 1-0 in extra time. It's words that have never been spoken before. DR Congo is going to the World Cup.
In golf, Tiger Woods says he's stepping away for a period of time to seek treatment and focus on his health following an arrest after a car crash. The 50-year-old was arrested and charged with driving under the influence after clipping a truck and rolling his car in Florida on Friday. He was also charged with property damage and refusal to submit to a lawful test. The 15 times major champion submitted a written plea of not guilty via his lawyers on Tuesday. That came after a police report earlier on Tuesday detailed his behavior after the crash. Prior to the crash, Woods had not ruled out playing in next month's Masters, though he has not competed at a major since missing the cut at the Open in July 2024. In cricket, a sensational display of batting by skipper Amelia Kerr as her side New Zealand women scripted history in the second ODI against South Africa women, achieving the highest successful run chase in women's ODI history at the Basin Reserve to level their 3-match series 1-1, chasing a target of 347 runs. Captain Amelia Kerr hammered an unbeaten 179 off 139 balls.
Next is entertainment news with Gwyneth Mukunta.
Former Nollywood actress Tonto Dike has opened up on her past, revealing that she was once involved in cultism and activities linked to what she refers to as dark spiritual forces. Dike made the disclosure during a ministration in Tanzania, where she publicly shared details of her personal journey and transformation. Reflecting on her time in the entertainment industry, Tonto said she had taken part in several troubling experiences, saying she devoted a significant part of her life to what she now views as demonic influences.
I have put my hands in so many dirt, so many fields. I have joined cults. I prayed and worked for the demon so hard. And I know who he is. And I know that he does not have anything over me anymore. Amen. And today, God said no. Mercy said no. He said I will come and I will take back take back, I will clean you up. I will put you on altars to preach my gospel. I will finish you. As you're sitting down here, I need you to know that Some of us here are the only Bible that some people will ever get to read. Give them a good read. Make sure your neighbor is reading right.
Her remarks come after she recently embraced Christianity, a decision she says has reshaped her life and perspective. Famous Nollywood actress Iyabo Ojo is blaming Toyin Abraham for violating her peace condition with Funke Akindele. This comes 2 days after Funke Akindele publicly snubbed Toyin Abraham at Iyabo Ojo's movie premiere, an incident that quickly sparked reactions from netizens, with many calling on Iyabo to intervene. Reacting to the controversy in an Instagram post, Iyabo, who says she had previously mediated between the two actresses, disclosed that the terms of their reconciliation included a strict agreement that neither party will throw subtle jabs online if issues arose. She said they both agreed to handle any disagreements privately. Iyabo attributed the latest breakdown of the peace to Toyin Abraham's alleged failure to uphold that agreement and expressed frustration over the ongoing rivalry. She stated that she no longer wishes to be involved, urging the public to respect her decision to step away from the matter. Award-winning singer and global superstar Celine Dion has announced a return to live performances, marking a significant moment in her career as she continues to manage a rare neurological disorder. The music icon revealed plans for upcoming concerts, signaling renewed strength and determination after stepping back from the spotlight due to health challenges. Dion was previously diagnosed with stiff person syndrome, a rare and currently incurable condition that affects muscle control and can cause severe spasm. Despite the ongoing battle, the music icon expressed optimism and a deep desire to reconnect with fans.
Hi, everyone. You know, in my career, I've recorded a lot of birthday messages, but this is the first time I've ever recorded one for my own birthday. And wow, it's been kind of hard keeping it a secret from myself. But I want to let you know that I'm doing great, managing my health, feeling good. I'm singing again, even doing a little bit of dancing, obviously, you know, I love it so much. But I have to tell you something very important. Over these last few years, every day that's gone by, I felt your prayers and support, your kindness and love. Even in my most difficult times, you were there for me.
Her comeback is being seen as both a personal victory and an inspiring testament to resilience in the face of adversity. While details about the concerts remain limited, supporters around the world have welcomed the news with excitement, celebrating her return to the stage and continued passion for music. That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Wokunta, Signature TV News.
The size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it to by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Aziz Ashkanous, Head of Government of the Kingdom of Morocco. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Majesties and Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me at the outset to congratulate Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on her election to the presidency of the 80th session of the UN General Assembly. I wish her, on my behalf and on behalf of the delegation of the Kingdom of Morocco, all success in her endeavor. Allow me also to seize this opportunity to reaffirm our full support to the relentless efforts made by the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres. His leadership remains vital in fighting global challenges. Your Excellency, President of the General Assembly, this session is held as the world is facing a number of challenges that require to adopt a pragmatic approach. Globalism has brought people together. However, it is facing unprecedented challenges today due to economic and climate problems, as well as technological developments and other challenges that are growing very fast and that pose main questions about governance and responsibility. This is an era